Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome back to the Jank Drawer. My name is Sam. This is the Jank Drawer, and today we are going to be playing some Football Manager. I have been doing some research. I've been looking into some other things. I've been looking at just like how can we possibly get out of the situation we're in. We find ourselves currently in Serie B. And the season has started. We've played a couple games. We're doing, admittedly, better than I thought we would. In the course of that, we find ourselves solidly mid-table in 11th. We've played 2 games. We won 1. We lost 1. We have 3 points. Great. Honestly, fantastic. Because we had to sell so many players to get to this point, and get rid of a whole bunch of things and just like. We are nowhere near the team we once were, is kind of the issue. And the only disappointing part is that the loss that we did suffer was to, at this point, like our bogey team, we just can't beat them, Reggiana, who we lost to at home 3-4, after in that game going up, we scored first. We then conceded 2. We then went back up behind Nicky Stones and Giuseppe Coppola in the 66th minute. And then they equalized in the 82nd, and then they scored again in the 84th. And it was a hat trick for 31-year-old Côte d'Ivoire striker Cedric Gondo from target forward. Just put us to the sword. We couldn't stop him. Admittedly, we were having De La Russo mark him most of the night, and De La Russo is 17, and he's good at marking, but that's kind of it. He's also just kind of slow, and it maybe wasn't our best moment, but it was what we had to do. And the thing is the good news, positive news, Giuseppe Coppola is already scoring. It's been 3 games this season. And in those 3 games this season, he has scored 3 goals. He scored in the cup to beat Genoa. He scored 2 against Reggiana in our loss. He didn't score in the first game of the season, but he is 3 goals from 3 games, which for a starting forward that's never scored more than 10 goals a season, incredible. We might have finally found the way that Giuseppe Coppola scores goals, which is fantastic. He is massively outperforming his XG, and then he's got 2 goals off an XG of 0.7. But I'll take it. I'll take it. Before we get too deep into the save, though, which we are going to do that, I have one other thing that I want to talk about, and that was, as always, the news going into this week from the top leagues and things like that. We had, honestly, a very monumental weekend as far as all things are considered in the world of football. First and foremost, we are playing the second leg of the Champions League ties today. So there's a whole bunch of stuff going on there that are going to be good, and we're at halftime of both of those now. Atletico Madrid, Barcelona. We already talked about this last week. They played last Wednesday, and it was a beautiful tie at the La Masia Stadium, not La Masia, Camp Nou, Spotify Camp Nou. And Atletico Madrid was able to go to the Camp Nou and beat Barcelona at home 2-0. And so now they're playing in Madrid in the reverse leg of that fixture, and Barcelona, if they want to get through, has to overcome a 2-goal deficit. Currently at halftime, Atletico Madrid is losing 1-2 in this game, but that puts them at 3-2 on aggregate, which means that they are still winning. Goals of this game: Lamine Yamal in the 4th minute, Ferran Torres in the 24th minute, and Ademola Lookman, one of the best left midfielders and attacking midfielders in the world, who has somehow ended up on Diego Simeone's team after just bouncing around Italy and He's the one that got away in my eyes. Ademola Lookman, when was it? Nigerian attacking midfielder, striker, left wing, left midfielder. Like, he plays a lot of positions you want someone his ability to play. Yeah, this was it. He, between the years of June 29th, 2021 to 2022, was on loan in the Premier League at Leicester City, and Leicester City did not buy him. Which I was just like, he was good when he was there too. Like, he played pretty well for us in 2021. Like, he was a good offensive attacking threat. Like, we weren't a great team, but he was a rough, like a gem in the rough on a bad team. And then Leipzig, he went back to them from loan, and they immediately sold him to Atalanta. And then at Atalanta, he became one of the best players in the world, and helped Atalanta win a Scudetto. It was just ridiculous. He became one of the best players ever, and then they got some sort of weird juju there, and Lookman left at the beginning of the season to Atletico Madrid, and he's been great at Atletico Madrid. He's 28 years old. He's got 2 goals in the 5 games he started. He's played 8 games total. Like, he does what you want him to do off of the left wing. He scores goals, and he's good, and he scored a goal when it mattered. He won Atalanta's, I think they won the Europa League a couple years ago, and they won it entirely off the fact that, like, Ademola Lookman, this was the year that Bayer Leverkusen was invincible, that Bayer Leverkusen never lost a game all season until literally the last possible game they could have played of a season, and that was their Europa League final versus Atalanta, and they lost to I think it was at least a brace. It might have been an Ademola Lookman hat trick in the final of the Europa Cup, of the Europa League, and it was their only loss literally all season. So ridiculous there. That game has now started kicking off again. Liverpool are playing host to PSG today. We're going to talk a little bit more about Liverpool after this, and maybe we'll use that to segue into the weekend. They are currently losing 2-0 on aggregate. Right now it is still all tied up at Anfield. Horrible news for the Lilliputians is that Ugo Ekitike got injured in the 31st minute of this game. He's been like their talismanic striker this entire season, and to have him immediately injured in the first third of the game when you desperately need to score 3 goals, not a great look. The good news for them is that Liverpool definitely look to be the better team in this game, but they just can't seem to put the ball in the back of the net. Which, that's kind of been the story of this entire year, of just like Liverpool's been a team that already had so many players and then went and spent so much money on a whole bunch of players that are just brimming with talent. Mohamed Salah, Cody Gakpo, Gravenberch, Alexis McAllister, Florian Wirtz, Ekitike, and Alexander Isak, who is coming back from injury. He played the first half of the game today, and didn't score anything for them. Like, there's just so much talent. And for that much talent, when you look at Liverpool and how they've performed this season in the table, Liverpool is in 5th. This is a team that last season won the entire league. They have been much more leaky defensively. They have allowed 42 goals, and they aren't keeping up offensively to compensate for that, in that they've only scored 52 goals. Now, for context, among the Big Six, so Big Six is something that is referred to specifically in the Premier League football of, like, these are the best 6 teams in England, and they're the leaky is a gross word, but it describes that, like, they are, it's a lot of words that they use to describe football defenses are leaky. Porous is another one. And it's what there is, of just like comparing them to the other teams that are in that, which are Arsenal, the 2 Manchester clubs, Chelsea, and then historically Tottenham. Arsenal and Manchester United have both scored. Manchester City have both scored minimum 10 more goals and conceded minimum 14 less. Yes, but very dissimilar to Ogres. So don't get leeks and onions, and Ogres all confused. Chelsea have outscored Liverpool by only 1 goal and have conceded 1 less. But Chelsea also are having an off year and find themselves in 6th. So you've got 2 of our top 2 teams from our Big 6 are very much one type of category, and Liverpool wants to be there and isn't. Then you've got Liverpool and Chelsea, who are a middle category. And then, weirdly enough, you've got Manchester United, who's like the bridge between the two in that they've outscored Chelsea and Liverpool, but they've also conceded more than Chelsea or Liverpool. But they are in 3rd in the league. And then, as we all know, Tottenham Hotspur, the worst season ever, they have scored 40 goals and have conceded 51, and find themselves in relegation right now, which is hilarious. But it is just one of those sorts, like, Liverpool has had an off year, and a lot of that comes down to of just like the defensive issues have been massive, and the offense hasn't been compensatory to overcome that, which is why they find themselves in 5th. And having watched a lot of Liverpool games and a lot of Liverpool highlights this entire year, it has just been like, historically, they have a talismanic right winger in Mohamed Salah, and Mohamed Salah will just score you 1 billion goals. He's able to do that because the strikers have been able to kind of pull focus away from him, like Diogo Jota, may he rest in peace. The Portuguese striker was never prolific when it came to like putting the ball in the back of the net, but what he was very, very good at was pulling space and opening up in lines behind, so that Mohamed Salah and Luis Diaz, another player that they lost this year because Luis Diaz went to Bayern Munich, could just bang in goals. And before Luis Diaz, it was Sadio Mane, and that's what has been going on at Liverpool for a very long time. It's just like, whether it was Bobby Firmino or Diogo Jota, like, whoever was playing striker knew that their goal was to play second fiddle to these 2 wingers, and those 2 wingers would score you 1 billion goals. That hasn't happened this year. Leading goal scorer for Liverpool is Hugo Ekitike, this striker that they signed. There was the striker that was wanted by a whole bunch of big clubs. He is a great signing and is a great striker, don't get me wrong. Hugo Ekitike, the 22-year-old French international, was electric at Eintracht Frankfurt. In his 48 games that he played for Eintracht Frankfurt, he scored 22 goals in all competitions last year. And this year at Liverpool, he's made the step up to a much harder competition, much harder league. He's playing in the Champions League, doing all these things. Already in just this season alone, he has played 45 games this season. And he's scored 17 goals. So, like, there hasn't really been a drop-off in production making a huge leap. But it is, like, he can't do it alone. And especially when you're blowing a whole bunch of money on Isak and on Wirtz and all these people, you're not getting that. And, like, Liverpool just hasn't looked creative. Until this weekend, honestly, one of the most exciting things to come out of the game this weekend is the return to the squad and return to form for 17-year-old left winger Rio Ngoma. This is a young 17-year-old who I think right now has played 14 games this season for Liverpool, most of them off of the bench. He's only started 2 of them. He started he started this weekend, and I think he started... Yeah, he started this weekend versus... No, he didn't start... No, he did. Yeah, he started this weekend versus Fulham, and then I think he also started back in August. No, it doesn't look like he started. Yeah, he didn't start, but he came in off the bench in the 96th minute of an absolute thriller versus Newcastle. But in that thriller versus Newcastle, he came on in the 96th minute and scored in the 100th, which was like crazy. And this was right at the beginning of the season. And then he's gotten a lot of chances since then, mostly off the bench. Coming on and like playing in cups and things like that. And he's been largely fine. He scored in the Premier League 2, which is like the U21s league. And then he got his start again against Fulham. So he's waited, at this point, most of a season to get back into the squad after, like, scoring a goal. When really the problem they've had is, like, that left wing hasn't been able to produce. Whether it's been Gakpo, whether it's been... well, it hasn't really been Isak because Isak's been injured the entire time. Whether it's been Ekitike, like, just, like, the left wing position hasn't scored and hasn't looked creative. And this 17-year-old is playing with all of the confidence in the world, comes on, and played like a basically man of the match performance in this Fulham game where they won 2-0. He scored and then he set up Salah. Like, he got the goal and the assist. Well, he didn't get the assist. They gave the Cody Gakpo the assist, but he set up the play that led to the Cody Gakpo assist on Mohamed Salah. He crossed the ball into Gakpo and Gakpo put it into Mohamed Salah. And with that, like, he got... Szoboszlai got it beat out Ngoma by literally 0.1 to be man of the match on an 8.2, which, like, I'll never be mad at Dominic Szoboszlai for anything. But, like, it's been really exciting to watch. Like, this is a thing that you hope could happen to a lot of clubs, but it's very much... They have identified a problem they had, and the fans and everyone are clamoring at this point of just like, hey, we're not looking good. Cody Gakpo has had, like, a horrific... season for Liverpool based off of how he usually performs. Usually Cody Gakpo has been very, very good. Last season, he got 18 goals out of 49 appearances and 6 assists. The season before that, he got 16 and 6. In the half season he had for Liverpool in 2022-23, he got 7 goals and 2 assists. So, like, that would have been on the... Now, in 45 games this season, he's gotten 8 goals and 5 assists. Like, he's just had a downturn in how good he's been playing for Liverpool this year, and it's not great. And so, like, having a youngster that's from your own home club, like, homegrown through the system, coming through the system, being able to just be like, hey, I'm going to be the guy that steps up and does something, and then, like, does so with aplomb. It's been a bright spot in an otherwise, like, pretty dark Liverpool season. Which has been, like, one of the more heartwarming storylines throughout the weekend. Because, let me tell you, the rest of this weekend was crazy. So, yesterday, we had Leeds versus Manchester United. This is a really big match for 2 reasons. One, it's a derby. These are 2 very fierce rivals with a lot of competitive history between the 2 of them. Winning in this one means a lot. I think going into this one of the stats that I read is that, Leeds... So, some stats just from Leeds in general on this is that they have not won in the last 6 league games. They got 4 points out of 18 available. And that they hadn't scored in their last 4 Premier League matches. They also, one of the things that I saw in the highlights that I watched of this game was, I think, hadn't won at Old Trafford in, like, 6 appearances at Old Trafford. Like, this was a game that they were fated to lose. And then they went in and beat them. Okafor got a first half brace, the Swiss attacking midfielder who he more plays like a striker. I think they play like a 2 at the top system at Leeds with Calvert-Lewin and Okafor usually up there. This time it looked like they played Calvert-Lewin up front and then Okafor off the left and Aronson off the right of him, just slightly behind him. And then 3 at the back and 2 wing backs and 2 DMs. Ampadu and Tanaka in the middle holding it down, and then Aronson and Okafor ahead of them, and Calvert-Lewin kind of like the tip of your spear. And he got 2 goals in the first 29 minutes, came off in the 74th minute, and they just couldn't come back. And Manchester United were kind of in shambles. They, like, didn't look very threatening going forward. Casemiro scored his only goal of the game for Manchester United off of a set piece. In their defense, they were down a man most of the time because Lisandro Martinez, everyone's favorite Argentinian center back that's 5'8", got a straight red card because he was trying to defend the much taller Calvert-Lewin from a header, and to do so, he jumped, admittedly, very impressively high in the air, to the point that he was jumping higher than Calvert-Lewin, but that was for two reasons. One, Calvert-Lewin didn't jump, and two, Lisandro Martinez had grabbed Calvert-Lewin by the man bun and yanked his head to the ground. And so he got a straight red card for violent conduct because he was like just yanking this guy down by the man bun. And it was a fun game. It was a great way to end the weekend, cap off the weekend. Disappointing for the fans of Manchester United that I know followed the channel. But it was, a result that meant a lot for Leeds, and this now really catapults them back out of the conversation of even potentially going down. And then Manchester United were helped on by other teams this weekend to hold on to their third place spot in the league. But it wasn't a great look for them. Sunday, we had a couple of big things happen. First and foremost, Wrexham lost to Birmingham in the battle of fantasy owners. Tom Brady was victorious. Crystal Palace beat Newcastle. Nottingham Forest were able to pull out a draw versus Aston Villa. That is the result that helped Manchester United hold on to sole possession of third place. It also kept Nottingham Forest out of the relegation zone, but it does keep them in the table in a very precarious spot in that Nottingham Forest now only have a 1-point cushion ahead of West Ham United and a 3-point cushion ahead of Tottenham, who are both furiously chasing them to try and get to the point to try and get out of relegation and to stay in the league for at least one more season. Forest are not happy with that necessarily. They would like to be there. This is a team that when we were talking about this relegation race, even before Tottenham cratered their way into it, looked like they were the safest of a lot of unsafe options because they had a 6-point gap over West Ham, and West Ham looked like they were in very poor form. And West Ham now, coming out of January when we started having that conversation, have made up 5 of those 6 points. They are right on their heels, and they are going to just be trying to get every single point possible. And they've made some statements. They absolutely routed on Friday Wolverhampton Wanderers 4-0. They have a strength of schedule towards the end of this that's going to be pretty good for them. They play against Palace and Everton and Brentford. They then play against Arsenal, which is going to be not great. Arsenal are looking a little fragile right now. West Ham are desperate. Then they've got Newcastle Leeds, where it's of those 6 games, 3 of those look eminently winnable. 2 of them look like they're going to be at least interesting. And one of them looks like it's the only one that's a guaranteed loss, but West Ham's going to really fight, especially home to Arsenal. That's going to be that's a potential of 11 pretty easily convincing points for them to get. Whereas Nottingham Forest in that same time have to play who? They play Burnley, Sunderland, Chelsea, Newcastle, Man United, Bournemouth. Which, Burnley is the only one of those that I would say is a guaranteed win. All the rest of those are very much they have to pull off an upset to win those. They're not favored in any of those matches. But so, big matches there. Sunderland in one of the results of the weekend, absolutely blowing out Tottenham. Roberto De Zerbi in his first game in charge, immediately looking for the eject button. How do I get out of North London? How do I leave? How do I get out of there? This was a really interesting game to watch the highlights of. And I remember distinctly, I was sitting in my parents' house watching these highlights. And when I watched this game, I looked up and said to my dad, I think I just watched the goal that relegated Tottenham Hotspur. And it was a ludicrous goal. Because, like, there was no world or reality where this goal should have got into the back of the net. Like, it just shouldn't have. It was entirely within the realm of possibility that this should have been a draw. In fact, Tottenham could have won this game. Should they have? No, they definitely didn't look offensive enough to be able to do so. But, like, at the very least, what this should have been was a draw. And what really cemented that is that Robin Royce, the Dutch goalkeeper for Sunderland, had a man-of-the-match performance. He was electric at keeping people out of the net. Romero did get injured late into this game, which was bad. He got injured shortly after the goal went in. And then Kinski started over Vicario, but that's because Vicario is out injured all month. And so the guy that had 3 goals against him from Atletico Madrid and then got subbed out after 15 minutes is back. He's their only option. And he did honestly fine. He wasn't great, but like he was okay. They gave him a 6.1. I think that's a little harsh. He, looking at the highlights, was a little bit better than that in my estimation of him. He played 90 minutes. He made 1 save. He did concede the 1 goal, but I will defend the goalkeeper on that goal going in until the day I die, because I don't think there's a goalkeeper alive that saves that goal, because I don't think that goal should have ever happened. And we'll talk about that again in a second. But like, he did very well, and the lone decider in this entire thing was a Nordi Mukiele from right back, French right back, lone goal in the 61st minute. And this goal was ridiculous in every feasible definition of that word. So at this point in time, there's been a lot of good back and forth through the game. And in the 61st minute, Roberto De Zerbi starts doing what a lot of managers do, what you see me do a lot here. He's just like looking at his team, looking at what's been going. It's been a lot of big back and forth, and you see a couple of things that are starting to happen in the build-up to this game. First, Richarlison isn't really performing well. He's not very dangerous going forward. He's a defensive liability, and this game is a lot closer than you would expect it to be. And so you need to really shore up the position that he's playing, bring on a different striker that can be less of a liability defensively. So that's going to be coming on. Pape Matar is back from injury. Lucas Bergvall is back from injury. So you're just kind of like trying to manage those. Pape Matar is also a much different profile of midfielder than Bergvall. Bergvall's a very attacking-minded one. At this point, De Zerbi is kind of seen like, hey, we are not looking good attacking. This might be just like, let's buckle down and hold on to the draw, because a draw would be a miracle for Tottenham right now. They just haven't won in so long that like just not losing is going to be probably huge for their rental. And similarly, you take off Archie Gray to bring on Joao Palhinha. What this gives you is a much more defensively solid group, and that's kind of what it looked like they needed going to this. So 58th minute, 59th minute, those 3 players all walk up to the halfway line. They're talking to the ref's doing the thing, and they're just waiting for the ball to go out of play to make all of their substitutions. And so you've got that going on. And this is coming off of one of the few moments of brilliance in the second half for Spurs, in that they got their literal first shot of the second half as Porro finds Richarlison in the Sunderland half. He goes to the area, looks to slide into the far corner, and it goes right into the hands of Robin Royce, and Robin Royce gets it. But like, this is their first shot, so like, cool, they've got it. They get hit on the counter. The ball falls to Nordi Mukiele, and Richarlison is the man that has been asked to defend him and prevent him from doing that. And Richarlison hits probably the single worst slide tackle I've ever seen in my life. that is so telegraphed that the ball is just chipped over him, and Nordi Mukiele just jumps over him, and then Richarlison is just on the ground at half, just splayed out, just like, I am never going to be useful again. And then Nordi Mukiele just he's crazy. He's found on the right flank by Diarra. Like, since the ball goes out to Diarra puts it back into Mukiele. And then Mukiele just, like, takes off from right back towards the middle of the pitch. And it's just like, if no one's going to come get me, we're just going to go for it. We're going to take it there. Gets to about 20 yards out on his left foot and just cranks it. And there is probably 7 Tottenham defenders, including the goalkeeper, in front of him, which is why this goes in. Because he shoots it just low and hard, and it bounces off of a Tottenham defender, and then just goes skyward. And it's just this beautiful, arcing rainbow trajectory off of the Tottenham defender's Van de Ven, and just buries itself in the top left-hand corner. Just, it's ridiculous. Like, everything had been going right for Tottenham in the defense of this, with the exception of Richarlison's horrible tackle that was never going to be helpful ever. But they had gotten back. They'd put Mickey Van de Ven, their star defender, is just staring down this shot. And, like, it wasn't even a good shot, like, particularly powerful. It's wrong-footed for Mukiele on his weaker left foot. And he's just like, well, I'm going to try it. And he just hits it. And it just catches, like, the worst bounce in the history of Tottenham ever off of their star young defender. And, like, Kinski was where he was supposed to be. He was over on the other side of the goal. He was on the right side of the goal, where the shot was going to go towards intention, like, previously. And he's, like, gotten into his, like, deep position, ready to just, like, get it. And then it just, like, you watch as it slowly goes, and he has to just turn and look at it and watch it go in. And, like, he's trying to run, but he's, like, so far this way that even just trying to get that way, there's no way he can get to it. And this is the goal that, in the most Tottenham of ways, it should never have gone in. Like, the world had to conspire against Tottenham for this goal to even potentially go in. And, of course, that's what happened. So it sees Tottenham spend the entire weekend in the relegation zone. They are currently in 18th. Chelsea lose to Man City. Keepers use their hands to stop the ball. I don't know the history why. I just know that that's their whole job, is to keep the ball out, and so they get to use their hands to do it. If this is a setup for a really cool soccer joke, I'm surprised. There you go. I got it. Because you got me. You got me yesterday with your idea that you didn't have bad soccer puns anymore. And I believed you like a fool. Man City, back to form. They got kicked out of the Champions League, and then it looks like they just absolutely just took that personally and decided to take out all of their frustration and anger on Chelsea, who lost 3-0. Which normally wouldn't really mean anything, but it's really tightened up a bad race towards the finish line here, in that Arsenal lose to Bournemouth this weekend. Arsenal playing at home at the Emirates against the Cherries for AFC Bournemouth just got outscored. It was... the only reason that they scored was from a Gyökeres 35th minute penalty, and otherwise their, like, non-penalty XG for this game was something like 0.19. Like, they just didn't generate goal-scoring threats. Bournemouth, on the other hand, had 52% of the ball. They had an XG of 2.3. 15 shots on goal, 5 big chances. Like, they just played them out of the park in their own home stadium. Like, Bournemouth was just the better team. The first goal, 17th minute, Junior Krupi. Krupi has been just a sensation for Bournemouth out of France. He was playing as an attacking midfielder in this game behind Evan Nielsen, and he looked like a natural in that position. He was just so good. He just got on the end of a ball that, like, admittedly, multiple people were up for in this 17th minute goal. just creating constant chaos as is the Anthony Ariola way. Just a whole bunch of intricate play down the left-hand side as Truffert is found brilliant by Christie, and the French tether pulls it back to the middle, but takes a wicked deflection off countryman Saliba, drops perfectly into path of Krupi, who just hits it back in. They're trying to do all the right things. It takes a horrible deflection. Krupi gets it at his feet. It's Frenchmen, two Frenchmen. One of them on the other team who has a horrible defensive blunder, and then it's in the back of the net, and that's the opener. The 74th minute winner from Alex Scott looks straight out of, for those of you who've been here like the day ones, looks straight like how we were doing it at Bournemouth when we were doing our beta save on FM26 earlier, of just like, it's way too easy. Alex Scott playing in midfield, just late run into the box. He's arriving after everyone else. Clever play around the Arsenal defense. Evan Nielsen just pokes it in back, like in his hold up forward play, pokes it in towards Scott. Scott runs onto it, gets it in the top of the box all on his own. He just cuts through the defense and then just buries it. And just left-hand side of the goal, crazy. And they just are able to hold on from that point on. It's just wild, and it sees top of the league Arsenal lose a whole head of steam in a really inopportune time, in that like now what looked like it was going to be a sure just stroll to victory is a very tenuous grasp of they might not win this league. Which is a wild thing to say. But that's kind of the big things this week. In non-English news, because we want to be less myopic on the channel, Barcelona continues to perform well in Spain, while Real Madrid continues to just drop off. There's now a 9-point gap between the sides, as Barcelona were able to beat Espanyol this weekend 4-1, and now have won 5 out of the last 5. Whereas Real Madrid, who have lost to Mallorca, and now this week drawn to Girona. Mallorca, the 15th team, Girona, the 12th placed team, both lower side teams in the La Liga. It's just gone from bad to worse ever since they fired Xavi Alonso. And then the real big news for this entire weekend is Saturday saw a history being made in Germany in the Bundesliga, as Bayern Munich, who else, broke the previous record for the most goals scored by a club in the Bundesliga in a season. It was a record they previously held, so also no surprise there. But we've talked a little bit already today in our build-up before the games of what elite teams do in leagues and what is a benchmark for success. We were talking about the Big Six in the Premier League, and in the Premier League, the two best teams in the league, Arsenal and Manchester City, are the best teams because they've conceded the fewest and they've scored the most. And that ratio to them is they've scored about 3 times as many goals as they've conceded. For those two teams, it's Arsenal has conceded 24 and scored 62. Man City have scored 63 but conceded 27. Or maybe it's the other way around on concessions, but it's still they've scored in the low 60s, they've conceded in the mid to high 20s. Bayern Munich, on the other hand, broke their previous record of 101 goals in a league season in their 5-1 routing of St. Pauli, who St. Pauli find themselves in 16th. They're not having a great time. They lost 5-0, and with that, Bayern Munich now have broken their all-time record and have set a new all-time record of the most league goals scored in a league season by a Bundesliga team at 105. The next highest scoring team in this league is second and third place in the league, which is Borussia Dortmund and Stuttgart, who have both scored 60, which is ridiculous. That's already very, very good. Like those are in other leagues championship winning numbers. Bayer Leverkusen in 5th has scored 59. That could win most leagues. Bayern Munich has almost twice as many goals as Bayer Leverkusen in 5th place. Heck, they have over twice as many goals as RB Leipzig in 4th. They have quite literally 4 times as many goals as St. Pauli, who they beat this weekend. St. Pauli have scored 25 goals this entire year. That's 80 less goals than Bayern Munich. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, you look at the other top leagues in the world. French league, highest goal scoring is Paris Saint-Germain with 61 goals. Serie A, highest goal scoring is Inter with 75, but that's also kind of like a runaway statistic in that like Inter has scored 20 more than the next closest scorers in Juventus and Como. Like they're also having a crazy year. La Liga, Barcelona has scored 84. Real Madrid has scored 62. Like Barcelona, another statistical outlier there. Real Madrid, more in line with what we'd expect to see. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, this is one of those things where it's like, history is constantly being made. I believe it. But also, crazy. Crazy results. And that is what we saw this weekend. Like, there's a lot of highs, a lot of lows. Genuinely, I think it was a great weekend for football. There was some fun storylines, there were some sad storylines, there was some just hilarious storylines. Speaking of storylines, checking back in now at the last 10 minutes or so of these Champions League games, Barcelona have gone from bad to worse. Not only are they looking at getting eliminated from the Champions League in the quarterfinal to another Spanish team, Atletico Madrid, but now in the 80th minute, their star center back Eric Garcia has gotten a red card and is now out of the game. And then in Anfield, up in Liverpool, Ousmane Dembele, the French striker, has scored a goal for Paris Saint-Germain, which sees Paris Saint-Germain go 3-0 up on aggregate, 1-0 up on the day. And while still being significantly the worst team of the two, Paris Saint-Germain looks like they are going to walk out of Anfield victorious. Oh, geez. Horrible news for Liverpool sees that they had to take off Jeremy Frimpong in the 46th minute for fitness reasons as he's coming back from an injury for right back Joe Gomez, and then in the 67th minute Joe Gomez got injured and had to be taken off, and they replaced him with Rio Ngoma, which, having your left winger go on, they probably had to put him on at left winger, drop Szoboszlai back to right back, drop Wirtz from left wing back to midfielder, and then put Ngoma on midfield. But it's still just like, that's not what you want to see. But yeah, so it's been a good week. It's been a wild week. We're going to see some big giants getting knocked out. Liverpool and Barcelona, both semi-finalists last year, now getting knocked out of the quarterfinal, is going to be bad. And then tomorrow is Arsenal versus Sporting. Arsenal playing host to the Portuguese club. They are going into that game with a 1-0 lead. And then Bayern are welcoming Real Madrid to Munich with a 2-1 victory over the Spanish Giants in Madrid. And the Allianz Arena is going to be a hard place for Real Madrid to try and get a result out of. And Bayern Munich are coming off of literally making history. They have scored more goals in Bundesliga history than anyone ever before, and probably ever since will. And with that, like, this looks like it's going to set us up for a very interesting round of semifinals. But I would like to play football now, so we're going to jump in. And here we are. Welcome. We're at the squad screen because I was looking at it, so we were looking at our goals and looking at things like that. But I've had a long think, and I've gone away and looked at some things. And I've run the numbers. I've typed them in. I've done this. I don't know why I'm pretending to use a keyboard when I have a keyboard. But we have made some progress. We've tried this stuff. We are off to a better start than I thought we would with our 3 points out of 2 games. But we have noticed some problems, and we are working to fix on them. Of like, we would like to have 2 good keepers. We currently only have 1. Nicolo Rosito has had some great development in that he's now, honestly, one of the better players on our team. Which is great for our youngster that we signed for free because he got dropped by, I think, Genoa from Serie A. +3, -1, -3. Like, he's already gotten better just from the little bit of game time he's gotten. He's gone from a -4 to a -3, which is great. So with that going on, we're seeing a lot of the good stuff out of Rosito. We want to get more players in there, and I knew that there was something we were doing wrong, and I wanted to see that because, like, we knew that there are some big things that we could have been doing to try and find players better. And one of the ones that I stumbled into while I was doing Good Think on it and watching some videos and doing stuff of, like, how do I possibly do better at, like, my recruitment, was we already knew that one of the most powerful tools in this was the transfer room in, and we were using the transfer room in. But when I was looking at what I remembered is we hadn't changed our transfer room in of, like, what we were looking for since our old 5 at the back system, where we were looking for, like, strikers that could play on either wing and, like, a whole bunch of other stuff. And so it was finding us players, but it wasn't finding us players for our system or for what we wanted it to do. And we now have set specifically for loan only, because we're not in a position to be able to sign anyone, but we're looking to try and loan in players across all of our positions that we could pay little to no money. That one of the secrets that we found from the videos I'm doing is they recommended just put your playing time at star player, because what that'll show you is players that will eventually be star player. And what this does is it gives us a list of people that we don't have to, like, assign scouts to and do things to, that are fully scouted, so we can look at them and give them stuff that. And when we have 8 days between now and a transfer window closing, like, we have exactly 1 week, this should populate, give us the amount of information we want, and then hopefully we can get a whole bunch of free deals across on our last week to complement the people that are already on our short lists. We have a couple of players that we are willing to move on from and try and get rid of as well, to try and open that up. And we have a little bit of wiggle room in the budget, in that, like, currently we're over our wage budget, but we have, like, $500,000 in our transfer budget that we will move over to our wages, because we don't really need to, we're not going to spend money on any players. Okay, so we didn't get Oliveira, but that's fine. We didn't actually want Oliveira, especially after we got the Australian striker that we got. We just went in for him because one of the other teams that was in for him was Reggiana, and we didn't want Reggiana to get him. If we're like, if he's gonna go to anywhere, he can't go to Reggiana. He's ending up going to FC Nuremberg in the Zweite Bundesliga. That's fine by us. We don't. He wasn't even actually supposed to be on our short list. We ended up literally never knowing a single thing about him. All we knew was Reggiana wanted him, and because Reggiana wanted him, we couldn't let Reggiana have him. And now that he's not going to either of them, Matiuszczenko is a Portuguese striker that we were looking forward to. He's not bad. He would be a third option. What is the bid that we have him for? No, I want to see. How do I see the offer? do I see here? Because I want to see what playing time I offered him, because I don't want him to be like my I don't want to get mad that I don't play him a ton. Squad player. For squad player and for the amount of money, how much am I offering to pay him? 59,000? I am fine with bringing this guy in. That gives us 3, like, I don't hate to play them options at striker, which is good because we don't really have striker options that I want to play. Pino, welcome him. Del Russo being injured, I'm not happy about. But it still does give us our hierarchy of Giuseppe Coppola is going to be our starter. And then we get to play behind Giuseppe Coppola is the Australian. And then as our rotation, it's going to be rotating between the Australian and the Portuguese youngster. All of them are better than any of the youngsters we've had come through our system, which is disappointing, but understandable. At this point, we just need to get out of Serie B and start making money. And then once we make money, we can start trying to improve our youth recruitment, improve our youth stuff. Cosier and Pino coming back in. Like, we don't want to move on from Milivojevic, but we also don't need to keep Milivojevic. It's just one of those where it's like, he gets mad about... Oh, our chairman's looking to step away. Which means we're going to have a new chairperson, which means things are going to be... Is it they're looking to step down and have someone else from within the club hierarchy appointed, or is he looking to sell? Okay, so it's not a sale, it's step down, let someone else from the board be in charge. Okay. Christian Petrov at Valladolid. Bulgarian center back. It's probably good. Okay, so this is going to be the squad. Loretti. So, Jordan Bustin and... Ronchi, I guess, is our backup right back because Del Russo is injured. And then let's do Renzi, and then let's find a left back. Oh, Perotti's back, and Grillo. Okay, so that's going to be our guys. Grillo, Perotti. And then we've got Mele, we've got Bruano, and then we've got Vukioi, and then we've got Rosito as a sub, and we've got Sao. Arena is our striker substitute, and then honestly bring Renzi because he can sub either right back or any of these positions. He's just a versatile. Verardo's another just great versatile. He can be kind of anywhere. Now that we've got 3 strikers, we really want to move Daudefalda somewhere else. Because, like, we want him to get playing time. He's just not going to get playing time for us. Okay. Okay, Empoli just got relegated. They've been in and out of Serie A for the past couple of seasons. They were in with us during Season 1 in Serie B. They got promoted. Then in Serie 2, in Season 2, when we were in Serie B, they went up to Serie A and got relegated. And now they're back. They still have Loqueza, who is one of the young players that we scouted back when we were still playing attacking midfielder, like central attacking midfielders, that were like, this is the best player we've ever seen. Wish we could sign him. And then he immediately signed for Empoli instead of us, and we've never forgiven him. Honestly, Semedo, I think, if the goalkeeper hadn't gotten that, would have scored there. Okay. Honestly, good defense. Keep it tight. Oh, and then force the unforced error. There we go. Ignaci. Thank you so much. Hidden plant. Midfielder Ignaci. I don't like Cautious. Because I just like a little bit more urgency out of the players than Cautious gives us. Nice, Gianluca. Okay, and then Gianluca gets beat, but he's back. Oh, offsides, perfect. He didn't get beat, he was just letting them be offsides. Rasmussen to Loretti. Loretti puts it back into Rasmussen. Oh, Matthias Rasmussen! Oh, that was cheeky. That was a cheeky little goal, but we have scored. Matthias Rasmussen. Oh, that takes a screenshot. Interesting. I didn't know that's what that button did. Beautiful cutback from Loretti. Rasmussen crashing the box in the channel, and then just lifts it into the far corner, far upper corner. Gets past all 4 defenders. Honestly, like screenshots that could be a Renaissance painting. The 4 different defenders and goalkeeper for Empoli right there. This is one of those things where it's like, Empoli may be a much better team than us on paper, since they are. And Empoli has been a team that since we got to Serie B and they won their promotion back up to Serie A, we should have lost to every single time, but for whatever reason, we seem to have a preternatural knack to go and play Empoli, whether it's at the Silvio Piola or in Empoli's home stadium, and just win games of soccer. And right now, we're looking to do just that. Nicky Stones, way to get the clearance off. Giuseppe, no, that's not Giuseppe, that's Rasmussen, I think. Yeah, that's Rasmussen, who was our counter-attacker. Tahoe, way to come and get that. Stanic to Nicky Stones. Semedo. Nicky Stones. Oh, he finds Semedo? Ooh. That was a beautiful bit of 1-2 tiki-taka play up that right-hand side from Provercelli. Semedo just couldn't quite find the finish on it. But, I mean, I think he's finally... Like, we do finally have a right winger that can finish. Like, he has 13 finishing. As opposed to one of our all-time goal scorers on the save, Mohamed Malahi, who has played right winger for us for 3 years and scored in those 3 years, I think, like 20-something goals and never had higher than 7 finishing. Semedo? Oh, come on. Semedo gets into such great positions and has such great leadership and then just, like, shoots it directly at the goalkeeper every single time. Where it's like, come on. You can do a little bit better than that. Through 30 minutes, we still have a lead, which is great. Chris Loqueza, the youngster that we tried to sign, we scouted him first. And then he betrayed us and decided to go to Empoli. Antonio Fiori. Ignacci just had to, get his act together. Stanic was on him, too. Like, I don't know... Oh, it's because Stanic moved for Chidira, but Pino was there. Pino just, like, was essentially not there. Pino should have been there and was there, and then... We got Rasmussen and Loretti both with support there. Loretti tries to put that back post, but Semedo, he's not gonna... Semedo's great, he's not gonna win a header. 8 jumping reach, 7 heading. He's 5'5". I'm happy for them so far. Let's keep this up. Once again, like, this is a team that we shouldn't ever beat, and the fact that we're tied at halftime is a thing to be proud of. Loretti is going to probably have to come off at some point. Jeez. That was their right back that took that shot? You're trying to tell me that was a right back that shot that? It's like when they tried to tell me that shrimp fried that rice. Okay. Nice. Got out for a goal kick. We'll take that. Okay, so. We got the Loretti. Down to Giuseppe. Giuseppe beat his man multiple times there. That's impressive. Semedo. There you go, Pino. Oh, come on, Nicky Stones. Where were you on that one? That might have been just a bad pass from Pino, but it was also like... I liked the idea of the pass. Nicky Stones just was not there. There we go. Oh, nice little bit. Okay. I don't know why that was the shot ever. Or why he even shot there to begin with, because like he had room. He could have run. Okay, Lucchese. Last time we had a thing that started with Lucchese, it ended with them scoring. So we'd like to not concede this time. Rasmussen, good defense there. Keeps it out. It is a corner though, so not out of the woods yet. We got some big, tall players. There's one of them. Nice, Tahoe. Okay, well, I mean, hey, we are almost 60 minutes in, so 2/3 of the way through this game, and we are drawing, so... It's unfortunate that Proletarian Renter is a fake person, because that's such a good name. Stanic finds Nicky Stones. Semedo, oh, come on. That was such a great ball in. Semedo just could not quite get there. Can we get this? Can we win this up high press? Nice, Nicky Stones. Oh, ref! Honestly, yellow card might be a little too lenient. That's a pretty bad foul. Okay. Now, let's make some changes. Loretti was tired when this half started, so we'll bring on Rosito. And we'll start with that. Oh, Semedo in behind. He was on sides too, I watched that. Oh. Was that a good shot? No. It was better than his last shot we saw Pino took. Giuseppe also not doing great, so we'll probably hit Giuseppe with a sub here in a minute. Got it into the box, couldn't even get a... Just got cleanly tackled, couldn't even get a penalty. Nice Pino, way to get that out. Nice, Nicky Stones. Rosito. Gianluca. Oh, Rasmussen. Beautiful run through the midfield. Nicky Stones barely denied there. Kosier really went up for it, but couldn't quite get there. Long throw. Opportunity. Nice, Ole and Tahoe. Way to get big and take charge of your area. Semedlu. Rasmussen. Oh, Giuseppe. Rosito. Nicky Stones, Rosito. Nicky Stones! Oh! Honestly, beautiful shot from Nicky Stones on that one. That was low, driven, and hard. Incredible goalkeeping to keep that out. Okay, Giuseppe, track back. Jeez. Okay. Don't love that. Pino's gonna have to come off for that one. Now we'll go up to attacking. Of course, also, it had to be Loquesa that scored on us. The Judas. Arena! Oh, Antonio Arena! A goal on his second game in the league in his first... Well, second, since I think he was involved in the build-up. Yeah. First touch, passes it back to Nicky Stones, and then he just starts this run and gets to the end of it, and Rosito finds him. He hits it into the ground. That's how you tie it up. The 19-year-old Australian off the bench and immediately into the scoring. One thing that we do have to do for him, though, is we have to give him his target forward. Because they'll get mad if we don't play him as a target forward. Rosito, Semedo. Oh, Semedo almost scored there. Nice. Gianluca Arena. Oh, Antonio Arena from a target forwards goal. Honestly, I might be in love with this 19-year-old Australian. My goodness, Antonio Arena. What an incredible goal. What an incredible goal. Semedo back to Nicky Stones. Nicky Stones find Gianluca Chiara wide open, all there. And then the 19-year-old just pushes the center back out of the way, puts his head directly where that ball is, and buries it in the face of the goalkeeper. My goodness. My goodness. Okay. Gianluca we're going to bring off just because he's tired. And then Nicky Stones plays like every minute of every game. Take him off for Angelo Burano. It looks like Twitch had a little whoopsie again a while ago. Apparently, like 20 minutes ago, we had another internet spike. that dropped the stream. Nice, Lucanetin. Way to get rid of that. Antonio Arena, man. Came off the bench in the 70th minute and got a brace. Oh, Rosito. Back to Lucanetin. Arena. Once again, they have to tackle it and get it out to our corner, but he's dangerous from a corner. He's this target forward, man. This is a big, tall, young lad. Grelo puts it back in. Bruano. Kosir and Stanic were able to put that in. Arena just wasn't there to be on the end of it. We'll up our time wasting, lower our tempo, lower our passing directness, go into just chill mode. Okay, next game we might not be able to play Netten, Rasmussen, and Semedo, so we'll have to bring in subs for them. Rosito, another just incredible game for the youngster Nicolo Rosito, though. I know we just signed Loretti to come in on loan and be like our starting left winger, but like Rosito is, every time we put him on here, like the best player. Okay. How much extra time you're gonna give him, ref? Nice, Netten. Oh, Grelo, nice. Just get rid of it. 6 minutes? What is this? This is ludicrous. 6 minutes? Really? Van Axeldongen. Jeez. Okay. Now we have to go back attacking because they gave him 6 minutes to equalize in extra time. Ridiculous. We can get one more though, I believe in us. Not if we do that, though. I don't know what that was from Renzi. Tahoe, once again, a horrible showing in front of goal. He's allowed 7 goals in the past 2 games. Semedo finds Arena. We should have won that. This 6 minutes of extra time was absolute bullcrap. Arena getting 2 goals, though, off the bench was nice. One of the things that we definitely feel like we need to improve on is, like, as much as we love Alain Tahoe, we need other options at goalkeeper because, like, he's been off to a really bad start. Arsenal signed Bruno Fernandes from Real Madrid. Matthias Rasmussen speaks Italian now. Nice. I would like to get closer to like the $1 million if we're gonna sell Verardo. They want me to sell Vukioi? I mean, I guess we do pay Vukioi a lot of money for a guy that doesn't play. I'd still think Vitven would be the better choice, though. Okay, so now we know everything that we wanted to know about this Croatian goalkeeper. And what we know about this Croatian goalkeeper is that he's a +2, +7. He's a +7. How much money would you want? I'll give you important player. You're our starting goalkeeper. Admittedly, he doesn't want a lot of money, which is nice. Okay, Lovro Magic coming in to be our starting goalkeeper is going to be really nice. Okay, so we are coming up on the transfer deadline. We are going to sign this goalkeeper, which is going to be good. We're going to try and move on a couple more players if we can. If not, this goalkeeper is already a big signing. Just like Tahoe's let in 7 goals in the last 2 games. We'd like to have someone else to even just have another option. Steven Spendi apparently is going to Köln from Empoli for 13.25. Oh, that already happened. Crazy. Sebastiano Esposito went to Wolfsburg. Felix Agu went to Lecce. Cagliari. Okay, so we're gonna hope that we got responses. There we go. So we have like 5 players for each of these. Let's look at our responses. So Christian Cias for goalkeeper is one of the people that they recommend. Babacar Dione, center back loan option. Yes, Midnight Campaign. What did the football announcer get for Christmas? Was it a golazo? Cole. Oh no. He was bad. -2, -5, -6. So probably not Babacar Dione. Armand Dianga. Oh, this is a much better center back. Still not great, but +3, 0, -4. Good physicals. Francesco Altobelli. Palermo. Left back. +3, -5, -4, -6, -7, -7. He's still better than Jose Grillo. An option. Right back, young French right back. So jumping reach, once again, problems, but he gets, oh, nope. +2, -1, -5, -1, -5, -3. He's a good right back. Just more money than we'd really like to pay for a backup right back. FC Metz. This is a good winger. How good of a winger are you? 13, so +1, +3, -2, +1, +3, +5. +5. How much? This winger might be a ringer. Quite truthfully, especially for that price, they want less than $30,000 a year for this guy that's like the best winger we've ever seen. This winger is a ringer. Yanis Mladjau. He's better than this winger. Guy's also a winger. +3. +3. 0. +4. +2. -3, so yeah, probably not him. Striker. Robin Thielen Harald. We already have 3 good strikers, so I don't think we actually really need another one. Right back. Wow, this is oh, he's already on loan at SC Bastia, so that's why we can't get him. He would have been a great signing, but he's already gone. This guy plays DM center mid. We already have too many of those. Goalkeeper. Plus, yeah, he's a -6 from there, so he's a -2. Modena, DM. Fantasia. Once again, 0 agility. We don't know anything about this center back, apparently. But he plays at Young Feyenoord. Would Young Feyenoord let us have him for free? 43,000 is not bad. Slory as a center back option. But honestly, we found like a couple of really good players from there for no money. So we're gonna just hit progress once. So this striker, apparently, they think we should sign. Lajao, they negotiated. They want us to pay 80% of his salary. What's 80% of your salary? Oh, your salary's that much? 80% is probably still fine. Except Slory also accept. Strikers are offensive, that is true. That is kind of their whole goal. We actually already have some very good strikers, though, so we don't need more strikers. So we're going to look at our loans shortlist, and we're going to look at how many of these people we would be able to get for free that we looked at. This guy is interested in a loan. Would Parma let him come for free? They'd let us get this guy, who's like one of the best left wingers in the world, for 40,000. He's actually one of the best left wingers. He's, once again, we might be getting lied to by the stars. +3, +5, +6, +7. +8, +7, +5. So he only is a +2. But he is the best left winger on our club if we get him. +1 center back. This is a center back that can pass. Yeah, so stars are very, that's a very good analogy for those of you that are here that are big Monster Hunter fans. So whenever we look at players, there's all of these things which are objective and true and never gonna lie, which are the numbers that actually determine how he performs in the match engine. And then you have the stars, and these stars are completely subjective. These stars, for us, if we're looking at them, are given to us by this guy, Alessandro Barrasso, and it's entirely built off of just like how good is he at telling us how people are? And the answer is very bad. Honestly, for how cheap this guy is, literally 10%. That's like a steal of the century to try and get that guy. Even if he's just a +2, it's just like he would be the best at our club, since like Loretti is our guy that's currently playing there, and Loretti is +3, +4, -1, +1, +2. He's a -2. Juan Rivero. What about this center back? We already looked at that center back. Oh, fun! I think you should be able to do that. I have not made very much progress. Yeah, but you know what you're doing and how to get to places as opposed to me, so you're gonna be fine. Okay, so we found that Parma guy. We might find this Parma guy as well. How much? No, he wants actual money. +3, +6, +2, -1. +3, +6, +5. Flat. +1. He's very fast. Genoa, how much? Way too much money. -2, -3, -4. He's good at passing though. Like he's how much? So much. Ridiculous amounts of money. No, we're good. Okay, so we've and I find one other player to bring in. Juan Rivero. Mladjao, Ribeiro, Slory. French Varos are in offer for Banda. So we might get Makjic, which is our goalkeeper. Giuseppe Coppola. Mladjao, the winger, is coming in. This is a winger that we were signing out of Brazil. Did we just sign between Ribeiro and Mladji a better winger? This guy's +1, +2, -2, 0, +1, +5, +3, +1. Okay, so I am no longer interested in Gaspar. Slory has rejected us, so we should go look for another center back. Magic is here. Lovro Magic. Lovro Magic. Ladjo is also. Oh no, I don't want that. Don't go forward. I need the time. Stop going forward. Ladjao is here. Welcome him. Slory has rejected our offer. So let's go try and find another center back. This guy's not a good center back, which is why we didn't want him. +3, flat, -4. Once again, not great, not what we want. We don't know anything about you. Baptiste Reef? Okay, shortlists. Center back, loan only, persuadable. So Fritschy is one that we could probably do. We could probably swing. Stuttgart 2. He's honestly fine. +1 through physicals, -1, -3. So -2 overall, but he's good at passing. Could potentially get good. How much money would they want? The thing is, they want so much money. What about Doubtful? Bjorn? We could do Bjorn. We could try it. Let's just see what they would want for Bjorn. Bjorn? He doesn't want to come. But Bjorn's the kind of person that I would actually pay, like, real money for. We'll shoot our Bjorn shot. If it doesn't work, then we'll shoot our Fritschy shot. I do think we just need to get... Welcome Altobelli. Okay, Hedloff immediately rejected us. Just no. Straight no. Okay, so. Then we are going to have to do a little bit of... Will we find one if we do this? What if we make another one? That's center back, star player, loan. We raise the age up to like 27. Can we get different people of a different age group? What about now? Still only 58 responses. This guy's good. He just has bad mentals. He just wants so much money. For the money, at this point, it's really coming apparent that there's no one that we could get better than Frisch. Even if we have to pay Frisch kind of crazy money. But we need to just be better. We need to be more defensively solid. Stuttgart. Okay. No, Frisch does not come Frisch. He comes kind of expensive, but we should be fine. Francesco Coppola is loan listed? This guy's incredible. Just wants so much money. Don't think we want Moise. This guy's not horrible. This guy's good. Mainly off of his jumping reach alone. +5. +4. +2. +1. +2. +1. He's a +1 striker. Want much money. So much money. Everyone wants so much money for their players. What's with letting me have players for free? Come on. Look at this jumping reach. +7, +8, +3. +1. It becomes a +1, but it's because he has a jumping reach of 19. +3 +1. Ruan Ribeiro never came through, and Paulo Frisch never came through. so let's... So, the good news is we got in our new goalkeeper. He's not showing up here. There he is. Nope, still not showing up. Where's our goalkeeper? For some reason, the goalkeeper we signed isn't showing up on our list. Is he showing up in our squad? Lovro Magic? There he is. Yeah, he's our number 1. He's our starting goalkeeper. Okay. Okay, I got a little bit concerned there when there was just like, hey, you know what's not showing up here? This goalkeeper that you just signed. Captain Sorrow, people need to stop coming and hiring our set piece coaches. Matchkitch coming in. Elaine Tahoe's great when he's great, but he's also young, and he did just concede 7 goals in 2 games, so like, if this guy does even a little bit better, that's a huge victory for us. We got more responses now. Okay, so is there a way to... No. Yeah, since the other thing I was looking for is like, can we find anyone that is out of contract using this? And it looks like no is the answer. Oh, and our goalkeeper immediately gets injured. Love to see it. Who's concerned? Rasmussen? It's not that you weren't welcome, it's that I wanted to see what I could get for you, because I do need to... Oh, that reminds me. I need to go... Did he end up going to the Dutch club that wanted him? No, he went to Dordrecht. Yeah, Netherlands. Cooking Camping Divisie. Okay, so we do need to go to finances. here it is. There we go. In here, we want to adjust the transfer budget and away budget. We need to go to 5 to 11. There we go. So now we have a wage budget that we are currently spending less than the amount of money we are supposed to, which means that we did sell enough players to be able to do that. I mean, I would welcome a takeover, because takeovers usually come with a whole bunch of money. Okay, so we lost our set piece coach. Again, they keep selling, like, other teams keep coming in and stealing our set piece coach, which is annoying. So let's go find a set piece coach. Is there no one that is even average? Everyone is only competent? Then yeah, we're gonna just go with the we placed an advertisement and hope that it finds us someone better than competent. Okay, so we have a new goalkeeper. Magic. He's not fully fit, but he's working on it. He is a plus 5/7 +7 goalkeeper. +7 goalkeeper. More importantly, he's got the mentals, he's got the physicals. He's a little bit better at just kind of everything than Elaine Tahoe is. He's our new starting goalkeeper. Stanic Kosier. Gianluca. Netin, we're gonna bring off for Vukioi. Nikki Stones we'll bring off for Vetvin, just because he's played every minute of every game so far. Rasmussen can keep on. Semedo we will take off for Mlajao now. Mlajao is very good. There we go. And then Bruno, no longer are you our backup. Elaine Tahoe goes back to being our backup goalkeeper. Bustin and Delorusso, backup center backs. Renzi and Altobelli. Nikki Stones, Verardo. Bruano is injured, so he can't come. Honestly, then we'll bring Renzi up to that, and then Bruano for Perotti is our backup right back. Three midfielder options. Eventually, where is he? Since we've got Nikki Stones, we've got Verardo. There's Renzi, there he is. Sao. Diorio for Rosito. Arena, and then Semedo, honestly, instead of Sao. And then Luke Netton. No, Luke Netton can get just the rest. Metuishenko. Give him a try, maybe. Okay, we are playing against Pescara. Pescara just got promoted, so they are going to be trying to make a name for themselves. We are going to try and make sure they can't make a name for themselves. Add opposition instruction for Andrea Ferraris. Always marked tightly. I'm in. He's their captain, their number 11. Right winger. We are rotating a little bit, but we made some pretty good signings. We got like an absolutely gangbusters right winger that we're really excited about. Imla Zhao. We got a really good goalkeeper to hopefully help us just be more solid at the back. That's already a corner, so that's not bad. It's a good start. Gianluca De Chiara put it into the box. Mlajao picks it up on the outside of the area. Tries to put it back in as well, and, you know, that goes out, and Pro Vercelli get another option here. De Chiara putting it in. Could not win the header at the back post. Wow, that is talk about a pass back. They went incredibly backwards on that one. Okay, they played the ball out to Ferraris and then immediately played it so poorly that it was never catchable. Bukioi down the line, trying to find Giuseppe. Nice, Gianluca. Mele finds Giuseppe. Mlajao, the new guy. Mele Vitven, top of the box, finds Giuseppe Mlajao. I'll take a third corner in the first 3 minutes. That's not bad. Mlajao, Gianluca, Loretti. Just wide for Matthias Rasmussen. That would have been a great goal if any of those shots had gone in. Endrenacci. I will say the one thing that I do love about being in Italy, even if we're like just kind of floundering back and forth in Serie B right now and the money's not great and things are generally kind of stressful, is the Italian language gives us truly some of the best last names ever. Mlajao to pick it up and start the counter. Come on, Mele Vitven. Okay, there's another quarter. This has been a lot of highlights for the first 7 minutes. 4 corners. Nice, Gianluca. Way to go, Mlajao. Way to pick that up. Rasmussen, back to Vukioi. Oh, come on, Vukioi. So there's a definite drop-off in quality between Vukioi and Luke Netton, 100%. In that Luke Netton would never have done something like that. He would have tried to pick some other weird pass, or he might have made it a shot that would have been even worse. But that was, Vukioi definitely wasn't shooting there. Vukioi was trying to put a pass into the back post that was just so atrociously bad that no one could ever mistake it for a pass. Giuseppe. Loretti. Okay, Giuseppe Coppola might be injured. Which is weird because he wasn't the person that was on the ball. No, that's Loretti, okay. Loretti might be injured. We'll see how bad of an injury it is. It doesn't say injury, so he might be fine. If he's not, we've got people to bring on for him, so that's not an issue. Very nervy save there. There you go, magic kick. The K into C sound. I mean, great grab from the goalkeeper, but then he fell out of bounds with it. Okay, so tried to find Giuseppe Coppola at the back post, couldn't get it past the defense. Ace, way to go, Gianluca, way to get back on that one. Hoffman puts it in. Balls out, Matthias Rasmussen finds Mlajao. Giuseppe. Mlajao, oh, come on, Mlajao. If Mlajao had beat his defender there. Fantastic. Come on, Pino, you don't have to do that. I don't like the fact that we don't have any shots on target and no XG. Mlajao's in behind. Oh, Matthias Rasmussen! There it is! First shot on target, it's a goal. How did Matthias Rasmussen get left so completely alone in that net? Since here's Matthias Rasmussen, watch him, watch him, watch him. He's in the midfield, he's got all of these people, he just moves into this space here. Every single person goes towards the ball. with the exception of the right back Hoffman, who goes out to Loretti, and everyone leaves Rasmussen wide open, all alone in the 6-yard box. That's a guaranteed goal every single time. Oh, Mlajao just wins that off of the corner, off of their kickoff. He just runs into the midfield and gets that. Rasmussen wins it again. Vukioi plays into Mlajao. Mlajao might have just scored us another one. Janis Mlajao scoring on his debut in off the post. He set up the play too. This was entirely off of Mlajao running from the kickoff and winning it from the defenses with the high press. And then Vukioi, beautiful ball in behind. Mlajao, second time on the half volley, takes it with his chest. Beautiful goal. Beautiful goal. Vukioi justifying why we didn't sell him. Mlajao justifying already that goal worth the $42,000 that we're paying him this year. We once again immediately got a turnover from the kickoff. So we're just kind of running away with it at this point. Pino to take the long throw. Kosier wins it. Rasmussen's in the middle to try and get on the end of it, but doesn't quite make it to him. Okay, Ferraris. Oh, nice Rasmussen. Good tackle. Millevitven now to lead the counter. Finds Pino on the outside. There we go. Pino looks for Rasmussen in the middle. Doesn't get far though. Gets all the way to Vukioi on the outlet. Pino now to put it back in. Can Loretti get there? He can. Finds Rasmussen, top of the box. Rasmussen finds Vitven. Vitven, honestly, great shot there. Bounce out for a corner. We're ending this half as we started this half with a whole bunch of offensive pressure and a lot of corner kicks. It's just the clearance directly to our new young star right winger. Mlajao, Pino, just back and forth with each other. Oh, come on, Pino. Stood on the ball just a little too long. Vukioi with a great track back, though, to stop the counter. Okay, match kick. Gets to Kosier. The other thing is, Mechkick, we feel less nervous about him having his feet on the ball than a lot of our goalkeepers we've had recently. Giuseppe Coppola now, though, running down the right-hand side. Gets it into the box. Vukioi! Oh, Vukioi denied by the post! Vukioi denied a first goal for the club by the post. Andronacci. Okay, Mlajao. Kill off this half with another offensive attack. Tries to find Loretti back post. Isn't going to get there. Loretti was offsides anyways. Okay, we are, I think, going to make a sub at halftime for Loretti's position. Just because he hasn't really come back from that injury that he got at the beginning of the half. Like, he's been nursing it pretty well, but, like, he's already at half fitness. Nice, Vukioi. Good press there. Mlajao, Mitven. Out to Pino. We'll take a free kick to end the half. Giuseppe? Was that a goal, Giuseppe, from the free kick? Please be on sides. There we go, Giuseppe. 4 goals, 4 games. 4 goals, 5 games. But Giuseppe Coppola just on the the front shoulder here. Plays it into him. Beats the goalkeeper. Beats his defender. Giuseppe Coppola. Nice, Kosier. Where do I think what midnight campaign? I was saying, good work, Giuseppe. I don't know. That's something that I could look up. I do follow the club on Instagram, so I could look up their New Jersey. That's also funny. The kits are manufactured by 14. Okay. So, honestly, we are running away with it in this first half. We are going to make our Loretti substitution, though. Take off Loretti, bring on Rosito. It's wild that we scored off of a well-executed set-piece play the week that our set-piece coach wasn't here, because our set-piece coach got hired by a different team. Nice, Fukioi. Let's go Mlajao. Beats his man. Doesn't beat him a second time, though. Nice, Mlajao. Way to track back. Milivitvin tries to put it back towards Giuseppe. Mlajao. Oh, Giuseppe! Giuseppe! Come on, Pino. Nicola Rosito. Mlajao. Come on, Mlajao and Pino are going to get that eventually, and it's going to be beautiful. But right now, that was just a little embarrassing. Nice, Mele Vitamin. I liked that he won the ball. I hated that he immediately lost it. Let's go, Gianluca. Let's go. Gianluca, there we go. Rosito. Got a couple of options. Nice Pino. Pino, Rosito. Oh. Gianluca first to the ball though. There we go. I love our little pass through our midfield trio. Oh! Oh, Rosito! Rosito, that would have been an amazing goal! What in the world? Denied by the post. What would have been truly an unbelievable goal. Mlajao. Oh, Rosito, like, the kid's so good. So good. Mlajao, out to Vitven, Giuseppe. Honestly, love the little play. They read that one really well, but also we telegraphed that incredibly. And it wasn't the best pass off of Pino. Who, it turns out Pino is our backup captain. Now that we don't have either of our captain or our vice captain on the pitch, Pino's the one wearing the armband. Let's go Mlajao. I liked the idea to get that into Giuseppe, but let's go Mlajao. And Ferraris was offsides? Please, you're saying my language. Sing me the song of your people, ref. Nice, Giuseppe, find that. Mlajao. I like the idea of trying to go there, but not quite there. Pino to Mlajao. Oh, come on, Mlajao. You've been so good all year. Well, not all year. We've literally had Mlajao for 55 minutes. But he's been so good. Okay, Mlajao. Okay. You know, we'll take a goal kick. Also, Match Kick getting a 7.0, great, keeping a clean sheet. Admittedly, this is much worse opposition than the last two games have been. You know, going Reggiana, the people that eliminated us from being promoted last season, into Empoli, the people that just got relegated from Serie A. But still a pretty good result for the new keeper. Rosito, Mlajao, just barely. I think they're going to call it Rosito. Oh, Giuseppe Coppola apparently was offsides on that one. There we go, Pino. Way to win that. Rasmussen and Vitven playing well through the middle together. Giuseppe Coppola running down the right-hand side. Gets back to Mlajao. Nice Stanic. Nice to Chiara. Nice, Vitven. A lot of defending happening, which is not a problem, but... There we hit Chiara. Millie Vitven, back to Chiara. Ooh, little tricky Rosito. Giuseppe, oh, he might have been offsides anyways, but that's also not a good pass into him. Okay, so Mlajao and Rasmussen and Chiara might all have to come off here at 60. Which is fine. Let's go Rasmussen, out to Rosito. Gianluca puts it in towards Giuseppe. Yeah, that was never going to find him, though. Okay, so we're going to give some more debuts today, it looks like. Nice, Rasmussen. You're not great, Rasmussen. Rosito. You got Pino. There we go. Let's go Pino. Giuseppe. Oh! Oh, that was a beautiful header from Giuseppe. Too bad the goalkeeper just got there. That would have been a goal. When is this highlight going to end? This is the world's longest highlight. Oh, Rosito, there we go. We've built up another attack here. Rasmussen, Millie Vitven, Vukioi, Rasmussen, out to Pino. Reset, put it back in. Oh, Vukioi, Rasmussen! There we go. Are we gonna win the ball back again? I love the comment there. Pure brilliance, pure brilliance. That was just fun to watch. That was just beautiful. Okay, and that's where the highlight ends. Is Kosier pushing a guy in the back. Okay, so Di Chiara for Altobelli in on loan from Palermo in our same division. Mlajao has had, like, honestly the best, like, ever beginning. Rasmussen, I think we want to bring on Verardo. And then Pino will bring on Renzi. Oh, they saved that. Okay. I thought that was out for a throw-in, but no, he got there in time. Kept it right on the line. No penalty. We'll like that. Don't like that we got into a position where they thought that. Altobelli immediately gets onto the pitch and immediately starts fouling people. Oh, huge save. Huge save from Macikic. Macikic is great. Huge save on his back post. Okay. Giuseppe. Oh, Giuseppe. Heading the ball to safety. Okay, so that's now the third time that he has saved a ball into the box and slid into out of bounds to give them a free penalty. Oh, Rosito, Altobelli. Why is my left back the guy that we've got leading the charge? He's not good enough to do that. Look at this guy. He's great because he's brave and he's got good physicals. This is why we signed him. Like, as far as left backs are concerned, fantastic. But as far as, like, lead the counterattack for me, please? No. I would rather have, like, literally anyone else. Oh, Semedo's gonna get to that. I'll take a... Oh, they somehow stayed in just long enough to go the wrong side of the post. Okay, Giuseppe to throw it in. Altobelli wins that. There we go. Rosito, I think he was offsides. Because I was like, he was definitely in behind and could have gotten to that, but I don't think he tried because I think he knew he was off. And so he was just like, you know, we'll just hold it. Semedo, come on. We're lucky that that wasn't a card. That was a really ugly tackle. There we go, Altobelli. Nice. Honestly, like the play looks beautiful. Then we of course go and do something stupid like that, but like most of the play looks beautiful. Oh, what was that, Mile Vitven? Now it's just like we're trying to test our goalkeeper. It's like, oh, we'll just turn the ball over in our own half with unforced errors because Mile Vitven makes the worst pass you've ever seen in your life. Okay, that's now, like, not even the first time that we've seen them do exact that, too. Just watch the opponent go back and forth, passing around down the left-hand side until eventually they just pass it out of bounds. I mean, if it works for them, I'm not going to stop them because it just keeps giving me the ball. Semedo, Renzi, Vukioi, Mitven, Renzi, Vukioi, Vukioi. What was that, Vitven? Just like, I'll play in Renzi, and then just boot it as hard as you can. Honestly, this is pretty chill at this point. I think this is pretty much, we've got this in the bag. I'd like to see more goals, just to see our team earn some more confidence and overcome some of our goal deficits, but right now we're doing pretty well. Let's see how these games ended that we were paying attention to, shall we? So, as we remember, there were two games going on today. Very important ones. Barcelona trying to stay into the Champions League, and Liverpool. It turns out that Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, other than the Eric Garcia red card in the 79th minute, nothing else changed. Atletico Madrid, with 29% of the ball, got their one goal and held on, and they just dug in. Admittedly, with 29% of the ball, they still did very well. They had 1.7 expected goals, 15 total shots, 4 big chances. Not bad. And they'll be able to advance past Barcelona. And then Liverpool, unfortunately, could not overcome Paris Saint-Germain. Paris Saint-Germain, the current reigning champions of this competition. It looks like they're going to come back and try and do it again, win the back-to-back. Doing it with the team that they have is also remarkable too, since we've left behind the Galacticos era of Paris Saint-Germain when they signed Lionel Messi, they had Neymar, they signed all of the money in the world to be hey, let's get all that. And now it's oh, we're winning this team with Pacho. We're winning it with a center back from Ecuador. We're winning it with Kvaratskhelia, which is one of the best wingers in the world, but that. Or their striker isn't Neymar anymore, it's Ousmane Dembele, who is from France. He's from the Rennes Youth Academy. He went to Borussia Dortmund, he went to Barcelona, and he was good at Dortmund. He was honestly disappointing at Barcelona, and then ever since he came back to Paris Saint-Germain in August of 23, he's had an entirely second rebirth of a career that has been fantastic for them. He scored a brace today to eliminate Liverpool. It's hilarious. Okay, well, we've given away another corner. That's not going to trouble him. Apparently, Emin Oyarzabal was the person who won that header, which he's 5'5" and can't jump. So I don't think he should be the one winning that header. I'm glad he won that header, but someone else should have contested for that. Once again, it's just looking at it we're just doing our thing. We're getting good attacks forward. We're controlling possession really well. We're defending pretty desperately. Stanic is getting tired. Vukio and Vitven are getting tired. Vitven has been uninspiring, but it's also he's not the best playmaker. When we were playing him up here and he was doing his best, we were playing him as a shadow striker, which he is probably better suited for, which means that when we're playing him back here, we probably actually want to be playing him as either a channel or probably just an attacking midfielder instead of an advanced playmaker. Which, we could try that. Eventually, here in the next couple of minutes, we'll just tone down the tempo, add up the time wasting. Vitven was offsides there anyways, but now we'll just try to kill off this game. Oyarzabal finds Vitven. Verardo almost scored there. Giuseppe Coppola. Okay, okay. Nice, Gerardo. The youngsters getting some really good experience here to try and do things like that, where it's like, hey, that was a great idea. You did so well shielding the ball, getting into the position, and then you tried to hit that cross to Milivitven and everything went sideways. But that's why we give them game time, is that hopefully they learn from that and get better. Nice, Stanic. If we could ever get into a point where we aren't watching a highlight, we would be able to look at the stats for this game, and I think our stats would show that we are doing very well at making sure our opponent has 0 shots. That was like their 3rd shot that I remember seeing. And Magic has gotten all of them, which honestly, we're just going to call him that. Magikic is just magic. Nice, Johan Samedlu. Giuseppe in behind, in the middle. Oh, he was off. He must have been just barely off if he was off. Nice, Renzi. Samedlu. Giuseppe. Back to Samedlu. Back to Giuseppe. Oh, Rosito. Can he get there? He can. He can't. No. Rosito, you were there. Rosito. Jeez, we have been in like one continuous highlight forever, and this game has been so over. Gonna give myself a snack. Time for some peanuts. Gotta get the blood sugar back up for the last hour of the stream. Nice, Renzi. 4 minutes left. We've got this in the bag. Nice, Renzi. Okay. Out the belly, puts it in. I'll take a throw in. I don't want this throw in to be taken quickly. Full minute. Works for me. Okay, I want us to take another minute to take this throw in. Giuseppe, that's too fast. Slow down. Slow down. Nice, Renzi. There it is. That's a huge win. Huge victory. I'm glad that they called it early for us, too. So apparently they got 6 shots, and they had more possession than we did. It was wild. But this game was over after the first half. Giuseppe Coppola's goal in stoppage time of the first half. We just didn't need to play that second half. So I don't like that we didn't keep the possession as much, because we are supposed to be a possession team, but so we're gonna go find a set piece coach. Rasmussen was fantastic. Majau scored on his debut. Oh, apparently we have a really good Ghanaian right back, Samuel Boateng. Or winger, whichever he decides to develop into. Rasmussen made it to the team of the week. There we go. Okay, so our next game is Union Brescia, who are only 1 point behind us. To be fair, we are even on points with Reggiana, Bari, Monza, and Modena, and Reggiana is in 6th. And we're only 2 points behind Palermo and Frosinone, who are in 4th and 5th. They think that this striker is absolutely fantastic. How good do I think he is? I'll be the judge of this. -2, -4, -7, -4, -6, -8, -5, -4. So like he's not bad. He's like admittedly not bad. His off the ball is fantastic. Dribbling, first touch, and finishing are all great. Technique is great. For 17, like I would kill to have this guy. Okay, Union Brescia is coming up. Gianluca's out for 3 weeks. '18-year-old center back has got a hernia for 3 months. Oh, Kosier's finally getting a work rate? Let's go. If Kosier can finally get a work rate, he can finally become like as good as we thought he was going to be. It was like Kosier's whole thing is he's good at jumping. He's +3 here. He's +4 after that. Right now he's already a +1 because he got his pace up as well. So he's now just as good as Jordan Bustin. Oh, he's getting faster. That's good. Nicky Stones continues to just be the best in the world. Ronchi is not training right now. There we go. Okay, for some reason it clicked me into the praise them, which is not what I want. Jose Grelu also has a whole bunch of potential that he's just never growing into, which is not great. But he also isn't getting a ton of playing time. Magic needs to start getting better too. Kosir is doing better. Okay, Vukioi is out for 7 to 9 weeks. And Lucas Fries can come to the squad. Danish for Del Russo, Kosir Altobelli, Netten Pieter Rasmussen, Ladau Loretti for Rosito, Arena I'm fine with, Tahoe Bustin, and Stanic. Giuseppe's going to be coming, but we're going to have Pino and Jose Grelu. And then Melivitven, Verardo is our DM sub. Is Borano back? Borano is back. Loretti, Matushenko, Semedo, and then Perotti for Giuseppe. We're gonna try this. This is going to be the squad. Okay. Of course, Budweiser 4! I have really enjoyed using your skin. It looks way prettier than it did previously. I really appreciate you. Your skin has been fantastic. It was the perfect combination of ease to install and genuine benefit to, like, an improvement to the overall experience. That when I saw that it could even happen, because that was a huge thing for a while, and then just how pretty it was, I was like, yeah, I will use this skin that Budweiser made 100%. Thank you. It's because of people like you making stuff like this that this game is one of my favorite games. Not necessarily 26, but Football Manager in general is one of my favorite games ever. It's because the community is absolutely fantastic. Oh, that reminds me. I have to go into Arena. Arena, when he plays, needs to be a target forward. Not a complete forward. Exactly. Exactly. Which, normally we haven't needed the community to save the game prior to, I would say, 24. And then really in the past 2 years, the community has really needed to save the game with the fail to launch of 25 and then just how bad 26 was on launch. Like, honestly, you are a hero, Budweiser. The one thing that I will say, and feel free to use this if you need to advertise your blurb and stuff like that, is I will go on record with this, is just like, even having adjusted to your skin from default, a whole bunch of things were moved around and the UI was, you know, you have to learn a new UI. Learning the UI as you laid it out on this skin was way more intuitive and way faster than trying to learn just the default FM26 UI. Of just like, even if everything had changed positions, the new position it was in intuitively made way more sense than the original position ever did. Even if I already knew where the original one was, having to re-find things was way less difficult than I thought it would be, because the new place that it lived in made way more sense as just like, oh, if I were to be looking for this specific screen or this specific... Oh, jeez, come on. Magic was there! It just was way easier to find because it was actually in... Oh, very dispersive, agreed. And yours is just incredibly well aligned as far as trying to intuitively know where a thing is supposed to be. I'm just like, hey, I have much more confidence playing the game now that a screen that I know should exist but I don't know where it is, that I haven't even found on base game, was very much in a just like, I know this should be here, I don't know where to find it, but on base game I would never even look for it because I'm like, just the act of looking for it is going to be impossible to find, and it's just a futile exercise. And now it's much more of like, oh, I should be able to know that statistic or that fact. I bet I could find it since it's probably in this general area now, and I'm usually able to find it way faster and way easier. I'll take another corner. Rosito with another good shot there, but I don't like that we're already behind, especially since the goal that they scored was not necessarily a great goal. I believe that, and I at least know I, for one, will be following your future work closely, Budweiser. Because this already was just a fantastic piece of work. That's totally fine, Budweiser. I, unfortunately, don't speak very good Italian. But molto bene. Grazie for the skin. I can intuit. I'm in a weird situation where multi-language is always welcome here. I can understand a lot of Italian because I am fluent in Portuguese. Eu falo português. Também eu falo pouco de espanhol e francês. So like I know French, Spanish, and Portuguese as well as English. And with enough knowledge of those three, when I look at Italian and when I hear Italian, I get like 60% of it. I just don't actually speak any. And I should working on that, seeing as we're managing in Italy. We're trying to bring Pro Vercelli back to Serie A and to dominance. We're currently in season 4. Also, your English has been great. I appreciate that. I can try to go slower. I do generally in my like day-to-day life speak very quickly, and it's a conscious effort that I try to make when I'm streaming as a streamer to slow down my natural cadence of how fast I talk, because it's no longer me just talking to people and trying to convey a point. It's me performing and trying to perform to the widest audience that I can. Also, thank you for the follow. It means a lot. Oh, come on. I would have appreciated the card there, Ref, but they were trying to find Arena on the back there, but couldn't get it past the keeper. I'll take a corner. I have not found any errors or bugs in this skin at all on my end. I would assume, Budweiser, you saw the Zealand video where he covered your skin. Because if you're looking at creators that are doing your stuff and you found me, I would assume you found someone that is significantly larger than me. But that was the only thing that the only time that I've ever seen any issues from anyone using your skin was in his video when he was trying to advertise it and get people to install it, and one of the screens. Oh, Matthias Rasmussen! Oh my goodness, the Colorosito to Matthias Rasmussen! Sorry, Budweiser, we're losing our mind because that was an incredibly good goal. But that was the only time I'd seen any error at all. Yeah, the agent panels just, like, didn't show up. But that didn't, like, I just passed through a deadline day earlier in the stream, and it didn't happen to me. So, it didn't fail here. And other than that, it's been fantastic the entire time. I haven't seen any bugs, I haven't seen any issues. That was literally it, and if you fix that one, then, like, yeah. I've just been really enjoying it. Okay. I'm just gonna do an encourage. I will say this, Budweiser, the one thing that I am genuinely disappointed in, and once again, it's just gonna be me saying nice things about your skin, is that I really actually like the way that you have redesigned the interface for the screens that pop up between highlights in games. So this screen right here, I love this. And my complaint is, for some reason, I never get to see it because we're just constantly in highlights. And I don't think that's a you issue. That's the game issue and just how my team plays. But this is, I think, of all of the screens, as much as I was talking about how much I love the intuitiveness of finding things, this screen alone is, I think, my single favorite screen just on layout and things. I like that you kept the new idea here of, like, it plays the actual thing and you see the 2D viewer, but instead of being one of the small ones at the bottom that's hard to see, you've made it front and center, which is beautiful. I like having the stats over on the side. Of all of your work, this scene alone is my favorite scene. So just for this alone, I'd love to say thank you. The rest of the skin, bonus on top, but this screen alone, my favorite screen, and my only true complaint about the game is that once again, not on you, on the game itself, I don't get to see this enough. Because there's just too many highlights. But yeah, I'm glad it popped up while you were here so I could be able to tell you, because that has been my... Oh no, that's not good. I mean, if your offer to me, Budweiser, is a slightly better font and the trade offer is in changing that you can crash the game, I will keep the font as it is instead of having the game crash. The game crashes randomly enough on its own without any help. So, yeah. I'm fine with this font staying the same if the trade offer is it changes but the game crashes more often. Because that's the last thing we need. Because that's already one of my favorite screens, and so that left panel changing is not really... I already like it enough. I don't need it to look any different. Nice, Luke Netton. Well, I mean, they've been actively trying to make it as hard as possible for you this year from my read on the situation, which you can speak to that better than I can. You're actually trying to do it, but at least in previous iterations of the game, like, it was an accepted part of the community of like, hey, skins are a real big thing, and like they made it a little bit more accessible. This year with launch, they're just like, we are not making it accessible in the slightest. Like, even just trying to install it, like, the install process is way more complicated now than just make a skins folder and literally in settings you can do a drop down. So I can imagine that it's been a nightmare on your side as well. Nice. Sticky Stones. Rosito. Luke Netton. Oh! We have scored only bangers today! Only bangers in this game. First it was Matthias Rasmussen with a beautiful goal from outside the box, and now Luke Netton with an absolutely insane goal from outside the box. Altobelli finds him, Luke Netton picks it up, and then just buries that. Incredible. Jeez, that's a nightmare. No, I figured that that's kind of what it was when I started seeing, like, the introductions. It's like, I didn't even touch trying to put skins or do anything on the game until literally last week. You're here for our second week using the new skin, and I've loved every minute of it. Because I didn't want to try and do anything until after the March update, because I know usually, and as a Football Manager player for the better part of the last decade, the game's pretty much locked after the March update. So I'm like, I don't want to touch it until then, because I figured that every time an update would come out, it would break something. And to hear that it's like such a beloved part of the community, which is skinning, and we were all so mad that we couldn't do it anymore, and then you guys persevered to try and figure out a way to do it anyway, and the first change they made was, what if we made it even harder for them? Because we got rid of the reload skin button. That's, you know, you're moving in the... I trust you. I believe you 100%, Budweiser. Especially if you're working on skins, like, you have to check every cosmetic. So I did... My last job that I worked at was for a engineering company. We built large machines that are used to develop drugs to treat diseases. And I worked as kind of an interim position, not an interim, but a go-between our software team and our hardware team in that position, which meant that I had to help the hardware team actually build the instrument and make it do the things it wanted to do. Oh, there we go. I love a penalty. But then I also had to work with the software team to make sure that it was doing what the software team thought it was doing when it moved the stuff. And so I have a lot of experience doing regression testing and software testing to get software out. Specifically, like, we would have to do a whole bunch of UI, UX design for that. And I would be the person that everyone on the software team would send their build to be like, hey, test this to make sure it does this UI change that I made correctly. Oh, Nikki Stones buries it. There we go. And the amount of times you have to do resets and stuff like that just to make sure that, like, even a pixel is right or a box is in the right thing, 3,000 is probably maybe even an underestimate for how many times you've had to do it. Honestly, I applaud you for your work. Okay, at this point now, we have overcome the slow start. Like I said, that Raimundo goal should never have happened. I mean, having watched the, like, how to install video, I'm not surprised, because instead of having, like, a purpose-built folder that is just like, hey, put all your skin stuff in here, and as long as you do that, it'll work. Like, even from my end of just, like, having to make the install on the thing, it was like, you're making install and changes to files that are, like, in the actual repositories that are required to run core aspects of the game. Which is, like, always a problem. But it also then doesn't surprise me that it's, like, making changes to that is going to have, especially in the early days of trying to figure out what it is, some pretty big potential downsides. I agree that that's not a penalty, but I do love that it's a free kick literally at the very edge of the box. Nikki Stones. Oh. Arena, why are you out here? You're my target forward. I want you in the box when we have those. Renzi now with the ball. Okay, see, this is very much a, like, you as the creator of the skin would see that, and I never would. Of, like, and I'm glad you're here to catch them, because then I'm being helpful in the process. But also, like, you are now reporting, like, oh, you have this bug that I'm working on fixing. And, I didn't even know that that was a bug. Like, I wouldn't have known that. I'd look at your screen during meetings and I was just like, oh, this looks pretty. I'm gonna click this button. But of course you would pay more attention, and it's also the, like, that is strange. I would agree that is ridiculous. Just, here's this crazy bug. I don't know why it happens because I literally haven't touched it, but you've got it. I would have to assume that as well too. Because if you haven't touched it, I haven't touched anything in my files other than replacing the files that are in your skin with your versions. And then saving, like, I have a file on my computer now that is just all of the untouched versions of the core files, so that if I ever need to try and go back and fix things, I can just replace that. So the only changes that are on my system currently are whatever ones would have been in the zip folder for your skin. So I'd agree that if you haven't touched that one, then that's a bug that... It's either a bug that is in the base files, or there's some really stupid thing that changes it so it doesn't display that isn't in the base file for that screen, but is in a different screen that's like, oh, we reference this file, and when we reference it, ignore lines X through Z, so that it doesn't have this weird graphical bug. which is like a horrible way to code it, but also like the number of things that I've experienced in my life working with programmers and working with code. Okay, I'll look at that. Nice, Simone Kosier. Well, I mean, it's the same meeting at halftime as it is at the end of the match, generally. Or at least, if I were coding it, I would use the same meeting. Like, I'd use the same framework, and then just have the text boxes be slightly different. Oh, Renzi. So close. Nice, Mlajao. Yeah, when we get to the end of the match, hopefully you're still around, and then I can just look at it with you and be like, hey, what am I supposed to look at? What do you need me to look at? And if you need me to, I can take screenshots and stuff and send it to you as well. If you're on Instagram, you do Instagram, or I have a whole bunch of commands. You can also get in on the Discord, and I can send you stuff if you need screenshots or anything. Since I'm more than willing to help improve the quality of the product, I clearly am a very big fan. Honestly, I'm flattered that you're here. Cool. I'm following you back. Yeah. If you need screenshots, you need stuff like that, you let me know. I got you. Sick, Budweiser. Welcome, welcome. Yeah. If you hang around a lot, too, we don't do Football Manager every day. Currently, we're doing Football Manager twice a week. Currently, it's Tuesdays and Fridays. It might move to Wednesdays and Fridays, just so that I can better talk about the midweek matches. Since I like talking about soccer, since I watch a lot of soccer or football, and that lets me talk about it the best because I actually don't even have it in key highlights. I have it in dynamic and extended as your background. The honest answer is that I just never changed it when I started this save as a setting. Yeah, I traditionally use only key, but also it's like I wish that dynamic like actually worked, or if I actually understood how dynamic worked, because I think dynamic is how I would actually really like this, because like my whole reason I play Football Manager is for the storytelling aspect of it, of like this game here against Union Brescia or Union Brescia, I don't, once again, pardon my Italian, is, as far as the overall importance of my season is concerned, it's the 5th game of the Serie B. This is not an important match. I would like this one to, on dynamic, be essentially Brescia. Okay. Perfect. Oh, Arena's in behind. Horrible shot. So it depends on the league. I have a different answer for every different league. As part of the save, I've grown to really love Pro Vercelli, but I do think that the actual Italian club that I do support is, I'm a really big fan of Genoa. They were like one of the first teams that I managed on Football Manager back in like FM22. And I played just so many seasons with them and ended up falling in love with the team. And so that has been my answer to the, like, in Italian football, that's the team I support. And then generally I try to support teams from places that I have been if I can. So in France, I support Nice because I have been to Nice. In England, I currently support Leicester City. I fell in love with them after the 2015 season. I'm a sucker for a good story, and there's few better stories in football than the 2015 Leicester City Championship when they won the Premier League. Ranieri dream. I have nothing but great things to say about Claudio Ranieri. Absolutely fantastic. The man worked a miracle, and we've never looked as good since. That was, I also, like, love the humility that he took into that job, too. Such a bad situation, but, you know, I'm hoping that we learn and grow from the experience and can get out of this in a better spot. Because, like, as a Leicester fan that has been following them for the past several years, it has been really frustrating to watch my team make what I think, with very few exceptions, is just a string of horrible decisions. And I genuinely think that one of the only good decisions that we've made in maybe the past 7 years was when we got relegated, finally firing our manager and then hiring Enzo Maresca. In that I do think Enzo Maresca was the perfect manager for us at a perfect time. And I don't, like, disparage him for leaving us to go and take the Chelsea job. I think any Football Manager player would accept that, like, yeah, that's just a thing that's going to happen. Also, incredible goal from Nicolo Rosito there. So that was a good one. In Spain, I historically have been a Barcelona fan. I really don't have a team at this point. I used to really like Bayern in Germany, but once again, that was just like a default answer in that I liked the style of football they played in the early 2010s. Now that it's more of like a storyline and I follow a lot more closely, I will say the invincible season of Bayer Leverkusen may have made me a fair weather fan of just like the story around that of Xabi Alonso's first year coaching, going undefeated, toppling Bayern Munich as just like the best team in the league. The story there is just so romantic and beautiful that how can you not like it? What's your team, Budweiser? I can't fault you for that. Juve are a good team. They've had good players. That's a solid choice. I mean, that's kind of the... I haven't been paying as much attention until very recently for just like Italian football in general. And because of that, I had gotten into this year, and specifically now that I spent a whole bunch of time in the lower tiers of Italian football on Football Manager, playing with Pro Vercelli and trying to bring them back up. And like now it's made me pay more attention to Serie A and just Italian soccer in general. I hadn't noticed that, like, it's just not really a good situation in general for most Italian clubs right now. Of just, like, the money's not there as far as, like, other major leagues, and, like, all kinds of weird things have been happening. Like, it is unfortunate. Exactly. Like that's I've talked about that a lot on the channel as well too, because I do think that it's fascinating. And it was heartbreaking to watch them not make it in as well, because like one of my earliest memories around football, and one of the things that made me love it as much as I do, is I started playing football when I was 3. Soccer as we call it here, but football as the rest of the world calls it, and so therefore shall I. And then when I was 9 was the 2006 World Cup in Germany. And for the entirety of that 2006 World Cup in Germany, I was in the Netherlands watching every game live in a hostel bar. And that tournament is what made me a lifelong, like, I will follow this sport and these teams forever. Because, like, that was just such a formative experience for me. And the Italian team played a big role in that. Of just, like... It also helped that I was away from my father at the time, who has been a soccer fan his entire life. And as a United States soccer fan, has very strong opinions in the negative towards the Italian national team. And not being with him to watch that World Cup. Oh, it was incredible. It was absolute cinema. 2006 was like... To have it be like the first World Cup that I remember, because it's not the first World Cup I was alive for, because like I said, I was 9 when I was watching it. It was just such a peak World Cup, and honestly, every World Cup since then has been interesting in its own way, but none of them have had like the sheer quality and just like incredible workaround as that 2006 World Cup. The 2006 World Cup was just unmatched. Oh, I'm sure for you it was absolutely incredible and like also insane, because not only were you 18, but your country won the World Cup. Like that was ridiculous. Like I'd honestly, if it had been, I wouldn't be surprised if there was serious financial damage to your country due to just, especially against, once again, enemy, I agree, being a loose term there, but still, like, the whole, like, 2006 was just a wild World Cup. Italy-France final, the Zidane headbutt was in the 2006 World Cup. Like, just all kinds of wild stuff happened in that cup. No, I was in, I lived in Canada for a couple of years in my late teens, early 20s, predominantly in Italian and Portuguese neighborhoods in Ontario. And I got to experience a microcosm of what that probably felt like, because I was living in a Portuguese neighborhood when Portugal won the Euros that year, and the entire neighborhood shut down of downtown Toronto. Just like, you couldn't get cars anywhere, the street cars were down, the party was going all night. It was ridiculous. And that was me not even in Portugal, that was me in the largest city in Canada in a Portuguese community. And it was ridiculous. I can only imagine like the orders of magnitude bigger that it probably was all across Italy in 2006. Yeah, no. I would believe that too. Well, it's also just like, especially my experience living in Italian diaspora communities as a non-Italian, is that as opposed to a lot of other like diaspora communities, the people that have left Italy, even if it was generations ago, that I know in the US and Canada, still to this day are like, this guy that you were talking to on the street, maybe his great-grandfather and great-grandmother emigrated from Italy, but he's very much like, I'm Italian. And it means so much to them. And they still celebrate every win, every little victory for every team. The one that got me a lot too was, I don't know how much you follow it, but it was relevant to the interests of my family because most of my family are really big baseball fans. And so watching the World Baseball Classic this summer, where the Italian national team I would not hold you for being presumptuous for that claim. I agree with your claim. But like the amount of celebration that was going on here in the US for the Italian national baseball team was ridiculous because like it's a sport that the United States invented and the US was still in the competition and they were like losing their minds every time the Italian team won a game. It was like, come on guys, like I get it, but like we're in the US and you are also a member of this community. Can we celebrate for both? Can we do both? And it's like, nah, all about Italians. It's like, okay, well, fair enough. But I also don't think that that's necessarily a bad thing to have, of like having a strong national identity and having a good identity. Oh, immediately. My favorite too was just like I said, I lived in Toronto in a predominantly Italian neighborhood. And what it grew an appreciation for me in, which I already kind of had since I, at that point in my life, had already been to Italy and had visited for a little while. Which is why I know the like 6 words of Italian that I gave you when you joined the stream. Is that I immediately got the ability of like a supernatural ability to get onto a streetcar in Toronto and identify all of the little old Italian ladies that were on the streetcar, and they would always sit in packs of 2 or 3, and I began to love when I could notice them, because then I could go stand either next to them or sit behind them, and none of them think that I speak or understand a word of Italian, which they are not wrong to presume that. What they didn't know is, while I don't speak a word, I did understand all of the Italian that they would say. And so I'd just sit behind these little old ladies, and they would have just a running commentary of all of the gossip from the neighborhood and everyone that they saw that was constant and consistent, and I lived for it. It was some of the most fun, like, I could have on a public transport bus in the world. It was great. And you would just recognize them immediately and be like, ah, this is a little old Italian lady. She knows everyone's business, and if I want to know everyone's business... Yeah, I've been to Italy. I spent 4 days in Italy in 2014, summer of 2014. So I went to Florence, Pisa, and then I spent 2 days in Rome. For a summer study abroad thing. You live in Rome. Fun. I loved Rome. Honestly, I had so much fun in Rome that I was genuinely mad that we only got 2 days there. Because we did 2 days in Rome, and I feel like I saw maybe 5% of Rome. Because there's so much culture and so much history there. And so much to see. Oh, I love Italian food. I love Italian food. I think genuinely it is probably my second or third favorite cuisine. My favorite cuisine is Brazilian food. The secret about Brazilian food is that Brazilian food is just very, at this point, also inspired by Italian food. Just because of the very strong Italian presence in Brazil. But no, I had one of the best experiences of my life, Budweiser. So southern Brazilian food, 100%. The very south of Brazil, like where it borders Argentina and Uruguay, is known for its churrasco, which is the like Brazilian all-you-can-eat barbecue stuff. So it's like very meat-focused, very like meat-forward. As you move further north, it loses that quality, and it becomes much more like centered around staple grains like rice. It's a lot more bean flavored. And then when you get to your like major metropolises like Sao Paulo and places like that, then it's much more like multicultural. So I am American, and then I'm from the United States. By heritage, my ancestors are from predominantly the British Isles, and then Denmark and Germany. But I studied French in school through high school. When I lived in Toronto and in Canada, it was for a 2-year service trip that I did, a service mission, and it was predominantly to work in Portuguese communities, which is why I learned Portuguese. And then when I got back from that trip, I went to university here in the States, and I got a degree in international studies with a focus in language and culture, specifically around Brazilian Portuguese. So that's why I have all of the various... That's why it's hard to place. And then the Spanish came along because when I was in Toronto, most of the resources for the organization that I was with for that area, while I was there to speak Portuguese... Yes, I know Brazilian cuisine very well because I literally have a university degree in Brazilian culture and have made it a purpose to eat as much Brazilian cuisine. No. I came by this not by birth, but by love of the game. I know my Brazilian cuisine because I loved it so much I literally got a degree in it. To the point that it's still like what I make for myself, of like every single day to this day I eat Brazilian food because I had literal little old like nonas from Brazil, little old grandmas teach me how to make their food so that when I left the community I could come home and make it for myself. And I, to this day, every day have a large lunch of rice and beans in the Brazilian style that I make for myself. But yeah, no. Italian food's really up there, though. One of the most transcendental experiences of my life is that somewhere between Florence and Pisa, we stopped for lunch on the like tour that I was on. And the place we stopped for lunch was this quaint little farmhouse in the countryside that made its own fresh homemade food. They had a vineyard and they brewed their own wine. And at the end of our meal, what they did that I wasn't expecting, but I was really happy they did, is they brought out the chef, who was this 92-year-old Italian woman, and she came out and she taught us all how to make pasta from hand. Oh, 100%. 100%. And that was my whole thing, is like, for the this experience was like, it was one of the best meals I ate on that entire trip, because we were literally just in this 92-year-old grandmother's farmhouse, and she just made pasta for like 50 people. And then she taught us how to make the pasta afterwards. It is the same for like all of my love of Brazilian food. I already liked it before I learned Portuguese, since we have Brazilian restaurants here around where I live. So I'd had an opportunity to try it. And it was fine. But then I went and got to live amongst all of these communities for 2 years. And when you're meeting like at a person's house, and it's this like 65, 70-year-old woman who's been making this cuisine her entire life and has like raised her family and has her own kids, and like she's making the recipes that her mother taught her, it just tastes entirely different. It's a completely different, like almost religious experience. It's great. Food's also just a really powerful binding to just like build a bond with another person and to talk about. Huge win for us. Beat Union Brescia here, 4-2. Exactly. So we're going to look at the meeting roll here. Okay. So I don't know specifically what you want to look at here, but... Oh, right here! Right here! Yeah, look at that. Look at that. Now that you've pointed it out, Budweiser, I cannot miss it. Look at this. Oh, jeez. Okay, we're gonna do one of these. Perfect. Yeah, you also have it, but it's also like, I can do that because it's also like I can put it into... There you go, so it's a base problem. Good to know. I just was mainly looking at it so that I wouldn't forget what it looked like. So if I look at the original skin, because like I don't have your skin installed on like all of my computers. So if I pull it up on my other laptop and boot up the game, I want to see if I still see the same problem. But yeah, now that you pointed out, I literally will never be able to unsee it. Thank you for this cursed knowledge, Budweiser. That was fantastic, everybody. I will. I'll let you know. Because now I'm interested. Now that you've pointed out, and like, why it happens and how it happens, now I'm really interested to see if it... Because it's just one of those things where it's like, if it was my job or it was something that I was like actively working on like you are, these are the kind of things that I would generally be looking for. But because I'm just here to try and play a game and like be entertaining and talk to chat and be engaging, I'm not paying as close attention to the minor details of like that. But that is one that's like so egregious. Like, how did they let this... If that's a thing that happens in base game, how did they launch base game? Which, I mean, the thing is like... Agreed. To be fair, in the defense of Sports Interactive, which I know they don't need anyone defending them, of the just laundry list of things that were broken when this game came out, that is admittedly really low on the list of, like, problems that need to be addressed. Because the list of problems that needed to be addressed was very, very large. And so that being on there is just like... I could genuinely see how that would be missed. Come on, Como, you don't need to poach my right back, Felice Liaboni. You're the richest club in Italy. Agreed, Budweiser, agreed. I do genuinely hope that it is just better in 27. Because I do genuinely love this game, and I want it to be successful and be the best that it can be. And I do like the ambition of the jump between 24 and 26, but they definitely did not stick the landing. And the hope is that they just keep getting better as time goes on, but... Yeah, I have to use the no fake to see the right name of the unlicensed team, but it's also very much of just like similar to why I hadn't used your skin up until 2 weeks ago. I didn't want to do any of those things until after the patches had gone through, because I did patch it all the way at the beginning and then it broke immediately. I was like, I'm just not going to put any patches back in until all of Sports Interactive's work is done, so they stop breaking it every time you put it in. And then I just haven't gotten around to it, because it is very much of just like, for the most part, I do know what all of the teams that don't have the licenses paid are. Of like, I know that Zebri is Juventus. I know that Bluneri is Inter Milan. Like, it makes sense to me. I just don't have... I haven't fixed it so that it makes sense for people that aren't me. Yeah, Parthenope is Napi, Cassiavid is Milan. Yeah. Capitolino is Lazio. Bergamo is Atalanta, exactly. The only one that's hard for me that I forget every time is Bergamo Atalanta. That is literally the only one I ever struggle with, and then I have to remember, because I go through the, like, I literally know every other replacement. And then I forget that Atlanta is there. I'm like, ah, of course. Bergamo is Atalanta. Yeah. See, that's the thing that makes it easy to remember, but it's also like... And as much as I like to think that I'm somewhat good at geography, I do forget that every single time, that Atalanta is in the city of Bergamo. Giuseppe Coppola, no. Tendinitis. That's true. That does depend on them, like, actually following through on their promise to introduce national teams. Which, like, would be great if they did it, but also, I'm not holding my breath, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not gonna wait just in case they do. If they do, great, and then it'll break everything, and then, especially now that I've had... That could. I would say I'm not super up to date on it, so I'm willing to take your word on it. They want me to give this guy first team minutes, but he's so bad that there's no way he's going to get into my first team. The thing is they're probably going to try and have to get international management in around like a May timeline, if I were to put a guess on it, because they probably want to have it done before World Cup kicks off in June. But I don't know if it's gonna actually work out. Okay, this is probably gonna be the last thing we do, is try to hire a set piece coach, because we are coming up at the end. That's my bet as well, Budweiser, is May is when we'd expect it, because June is the World Cup. Okay, we're gonna try and find if anyone has set pieces better than adequate. Because when we were looking for them, there wasn't any. Competent? Okay. Let me remind myself what the degrees of good are. Oh, I think you already have it here. No. Oh, why, thank you! I am incredibly flattered by that, Budweiser. I've never gotten that before, but I am incredibly flattered. No offense taken. Oh, that is fantastic. I will admit, he is considerably older than me, but I think he wears it very well. No, club staff. Competent was, I think, the best we could find. Yeah. So we're looking for anything competent or better from this email. And then Copain was competent. Currently he's our leading candidate. Competent again here. Okay, so Thiago and Ludovic. Yeah, I don't understand why they changed these either. Like, it really makes no sense to me why you would change it. And also, if you're going to change it, why is it so hard to learn what all of the, like, pedigree is? Because, like, the only way that I was able to find to learn, like, why is competent better than reasonable, and things like that was you literally have to go to Staff Finder and then they finally show that to you. Yeah. And like the thing is I think there would be a less of a backlash if they changed player attributes to be like this as well, because like there's already a non-insignificant portion of the community that like in 24 really liked playing with skins that removed attributes in general. Think your like Musterman skins and things like that. Like those were really popular in 24. So I actually think there would be a better response in the community if Sports Interactive removed attributes from players entirely than there was when they removed it from coaches and staff. Because it's like, no, I actually really need to know if my staff is good at a thing. But now it's just like, it's a weird, neither of them are great. Okay, so Thiago is probably the least ideal option. Lucas Wagner has one very good. And Ludovic, he has a good and outstanding. Yeah, Ludovic Copain is just the best one of a bad bunch. We get into a bad spot here at Pro Vercelli where every season we find the best set piece coach we can find, have them for a year, and then next year someone comes and signs our set piece coach, and then we have to go find a new set piece coach. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing for me too, is like I liked having it of like, yeah, they're fine if it's in a range of like 18 to 20, but I'd really like to know if my staffer has a 20 or if he has an 18. Like this outstanding on adaptability is really good. But if we're looking at our things, of our look, outstanding is anywhere from 15 to 17. So like he's got outstanding adaptability, but is that a 17, which means like he's gonna really transition well from being French to coming here to Italy? Or is it 15 where like he'll still be good at it, but like less good than someone else? It's like, I don't hate this idea. I hate how it was communicated. I hate that it's not intuitive. And then most importantly, it's that it's like, hey, why don't we have one like unsuited should be they have a literal 1 and elite should be they have a 20. And even that's an improvement across it. Fair enough. I mean, if you find a way to change that, consider me an interested party. But with that, it is 6:02, and I have a upcoming engagement, so we are going to have to end the stream here for now. But we've made some good progress today. We finished our transfer window. We got some really good players in across the line. We were able to bring in our new starting goalkeeper in Lovro Magic Macic. We were able to bring in some good backup depth at left back. See, I also have to go, but it was great to have you, Budweiser. We hope to see you around. Like I said, Football Manager is usually twice a week. I usually post on my Instagram and in the Discord what the schedule is, so you'll be able to know it there. We'd love to have you around for any of the other things we do as well. You're always welcome here at the Jank Drawer, just like everyone else. But it's been, like, once again, it was honestly star-striking to me to see you today. I love your skin. I love your work. I'm at least a fan of yours. It's great to have you in the stream. Go to work. Go to sleep. We're also going to get off here. We've had a fun time, but I have other things that I need to do and get ready. I also have work in the morning, and I got to start getting ready for that whole process. But until next time, thank you all for coming to the Jank Drawer. It has been wonderful to entertain you all. I have been Sam. It has been a pleasure to entertain you. I will add you on X Budweiser. Until next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I'll see you next time. Bye.